Before we get into the video, I just want to put in a quick disclaimer. In this video, I might get a few things wrong or possibly leave out things that you think should have been in here, but I tried my best from my knowledge and from the two icebergs that I kind of crammed together, and I really tried to order the entries from more well-known to more obscure. Not really a conspiracy iceberg, more of a lore iceberg. But that's never going to be perfect, so there might be some entries that you think should be higher or lower, but I tried my best. Also, another heads up, I only started watching Fishtank live during Season 3, and I've worked a ton on Bitchtank with the recaps, so the iceberg might be a little skewed with some extra Bitchtank stuff, but that's only because I have like encyclopedic knowledge of that series. Just want to put that out there. The iceberg's going to be broken up into 5 layers, starting with a general overview of the people on the show and the history. So if you really know the show, maybe you can skip past it, but then after that, we'll dive into more of the deeper cuts. Without further ado, here's the video. This is the Fishtank Iceberg, a compilation of some well-known Fishtank lore, as well as some obscure and unknown lore. This iceberg is an amalgamation of 2 other icebergs, made by Twitter user Golfaro and Reddit user Least Dealer 1338, respectively. Now, I've taken from both of these lists and reorganized as well as condensed them into one of my own. Even though it seems like mine may be a little more general, for each entry I will expand upon it greatly and try to cover everything there is to talk about. In addition, I tried to order it from most known to least known, but that's never going to be perfect. So, I did my best, but there might be times where you think something's more well-known than something else, but I did my best. So starting this video, I will be going layer by layer, explaining the context and clips behind each entry and going through them one by one. Fair warning, this won't be like a typical iceberg video where each entry gets spookier and spookier. This is more like a Fishtank lore video, really giving you the context of inside jokes and really obscure events that occurred in between seasons or during seasons. With that being said, let's start off the list with Section 1. Starting off the list, we have Sam Hyde.
If you could be anyone in history, who do you think you would be?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would be any man in any time in history where marital rape was legal.
Sam Hyde, host and co-creator of Fishtank, got his start on YouTube, creating short comedy videos that ultimately led up to him creating his own comedy troupe called $1 Million Extreme. The troupe consisted of Sam, Nick Rochford, and Charles Carroll, and the 3 produced YouTube videos and did absurdist sketch comedy that saw extreme success. Through their success, Adult Swim would pick up their show, called $1 Million Extreme Presents World Peace. The show would feature various skits satirizing modern-day politics, as well as just regular, plain old absurdist humor.
Look, I don't think I can do this anymore, and I think we should go our separate ways.
Oh, I see. Oh, shit. You know what, Katie? You always was a silly hoe.
The show was massively popular on Adult Swim, but started to face backlash due to a BuzzFeed article that came out dubbing the show alt-right. The show aired in 2015, meaning it was right at the center of cancel culture as well as a presidential race, and tensions were high. On Sam's Twitter account, he had been posting and retweeting right-wing accounts, and this led to the article being written about him, insinuating that he uses the show as a way to push a political message, citing his Jews Rock skit as well as another skit that never aired.
Thank you, white man, for inventing the computer, the microwave, medicine, electricity, sanitation.
Hi, thanks for giving women the vote.
What happened to your boulder, Goy?
I don't know. I wasn't looking. Next thing I knew, boulder's gone. I guess I'm a stupid goy.
This would culminate in the show being canceled and Sam having a very heated discussion with the BuzzFeed writer over the phone.
Hey, Joe. Sam Hyde calling.
Hey, man, how are you?
Good. Beautiful Joe.
Hello?
Hey.
Sam, let me ask you a couple questions if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself a member of the alt-right?
Of Adult Night?
Of the alt-right.
What is the alt-right? Is that some sort of indie bookstore? A political movement? I don't get political.
Okay. But you do seem on Twitter to tweet a lot about Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump.
I don't manage my own Twitter account.
Who manages your Twitter account?
My assistant. I wouldn't have my sister manage my Twitter account. That wouldn't be very smart, now would it?
Who's your assistant?
Who's my assistant? Who's your assistant? You're talking about a post from a year ago and you expect me to know exactly the grammar and punctuation used and whether or not it was me? Quite frankly, I'd like to go through your emails and see what you said a year ago. I want to be totally straightforward with you. You will never, in a million years, get a job at a publication as prestigious as the New York Times. That little pipe dream is never going to happen. You will be blogging and tweeting until you are dead, and nobody will care. Nobody will ever read anything you wrote and say to themselves, "Man, this is important! This guy's a fucking idiot!" What do you think about that?
Sam, look, thank you for talking. I appreciate it, even though you sound kind of worked up.
One more thing! I bet when you were a kid, your parents called you dumb. They probably called you a blockhead. 'Cause you're a blockhead, Joe. You don't pay attention in school, Joe.
I can't. I just having trouble hearing you because you're screaming very loud.
Yeah.
In addition to the BuzzFeed article, it appears that behind the scenes, fellow Adult Swim creator Tim Heidecker was pushing for the show to be canceled. During the time, Tim Heidecker was running a show where he would have daily call-ins, and he would often get political. Tim was very outspoken with his support of Hillary Clinton and was very outwardly liberal. This resulted in a lot of world peace fans calling him to the show to troll him. Tim attributed this to Sam sending his fans after him, and behind the scenes pushed for the show to be canceled. This would come to a head when Sam would confront him on his radio call-in.
All right, let's take this call. Someone's saying they are this Sam Hyde guy. Let's see if it's him. Sam?
Hey, show's canceled. Not so good.
Oh.
What do you think about that?
I'm sorry to hear it.
Are you?
I'm sorry to hear anyone's doing not good.
You there?
I'm here.
Didn't you want the show canceled?
I didn't really have a strong feeling about it either way. The only shows I don't want canceled are my own.
Didn't you campaign against our show? Didn't you talk to people and tell them you didn't like the show?
Nope. Sam, I've talked about this for the past 3 weeks on the show. I've been very honest and forthright about my experience with the show and with your audience, and that's really all I have to say about it. I've been pretty straightforward about it. I'm sorry that impression exists online from a bunch of Reddit posts and fantasy.
You've been pretty supportive of the effort to get the show pulled down. Because why? Because
How
it's
so?
racist. Because I wore blackface, which Sarah Silverman does 10 times a year.
How did? But there's no evidence of me doing anything that there's no. What have I been doing? It's all innuendo and hearsay.
I've heard reliable people say that you were instrumental. That Judd Apatow went to talk to Adult Swim to ask for it to be pulled down. You've been supportive.
The last time I talked to Judd Apatow was at the Bridesmaids release party.
After the show's cancellation, Sam would continue his internet career through streaming as well as posting more videos. Around this time, he also started a podcast with Nick Rochefort called Perfect Eye Life. It was on this podcast that the idea for Fishtank was first floated. Originally billed as Hell House, the idea was to get $1 Million Extreme fans into a house and pretty much torture them.
We want to do a reality show This is not really a sketch. I'll just let you know what Hell House is. We want to do a reality show where people have like dormitory style living, and it's MDE fans, and they show up, and there's 4 team leaders. One would be like Jet, but there's 4 team leaders. They'd wheel out a TV cart like in high school, and it would be a video of us where we'd be like super Mark McGrath. We're like, hey guys, we're really excited to have you here. Welcome to Hell House. We're hoping that you have a lot of fun on these interesting challenges. We can't wait to see what you guys cook up in the end here. So general purpose problems / traps. All food contains heavy doses of laxatives. Toilets covered in plastic wrap. There is no toilet paper in the bathrooms, only hamburger buns. Kevin Spacey apology note writing contest. Contest to see who can make the best reenactment of the Sneaker Pimps 6 Underground music video. Hire good-looking hookers to come and pretend like they actually like the guys and try to fuck them and give them STDs.
They get points on how they deflect it. This sounds good. This sounds like Bachelor in Paradise.
So that's what Hell House is. It's a reality show type idea. Bring MDE fans or whoever wants to be famous in. Have an actual cash prize of like $1 million, and then at the end be like, okay, it's time for the prize of 1 million doll hairs. Or whatever.
Yeah, you fuck with them as bad as possible.
Yeah.
Eventually, when looking for a project to work on, Jet would take up the show, and the two would create Fishtank. And that leads us into our second entry. Next up, we have Jet, co-creator of Fishtank.
Just generic white guys. What's up with them girls in your mouth?
I like them, they're shiny.
Let me ask you something. You got that from the so-called black people, right?
Yeah, I can say that.
You can say that. That was our thing, right?
Yeah, that was your thing.
But how do you feel about slavery?
Bad.
Prior to meeting up with Sam, Jet was actually a rapper. He was a part of an online rap group called Autistic Boys Money Clan and posted videos on YouTube showcasing his rap skills, the first of which being Blood on My Brain.
Young cat skin, little brain blown, skull hole in it like an ozone. I'm piped up cause my tops are missing such shit. Years of my life gone. Y'all can just leave me alone. Puzzle pieces on the phone.
Jet, being a fan of $1 Million Extreme and Sam Hyde, noticed that Sam was in need of a video editor and offered his skills. And from there, the two met up.
How did you and the gang all meet Sam? Joey and Julian were there first. Sam posted on his Instagram they need an editor. I emailed him. I spoke to him. I showed him that I could work fast. I came up there for a week. He verified that I wasn't a heroin addict. But yeah, he just made sure I wasn't a freak, sent me back home. A week later, I came back up and I lived there. I drove back up the entire East Coast with no registration. Ran through every easy pass that I could.
Jet would continue editing videos for Sam until he eventually became a chat reader for Sam's live streams, meaning when people would send donations, Jet would read them aloud.
So exhausting. Dude, that bee just died in fire. Did you see that?
Wait, well, why is that on fire? Is that Herobrine?
I heard Chris's Herobrine in this.
Oh.
What is going on here?
Michael the Boss Smith says, Sam, what is your favorite cut and steak temperature? Christ and all, what is your favorite brand of cheese?
My favorite brand of cheese, because I'm a patriot, is Kraft.
Eventually, when looking for a project to work on, Jet took up the Hell House idea and turned it into Fishtank.
Working on any interesting, cool projects lately? Anything exciting?
Dude.
Getting your juices going?
So I'm working on this reality show we're doing called Fishtank.
Yeah, okay. You guys told me about this, and I saw a little bit about it, yeah.
And it's starting pretty soon. Basically, how Fishtank works is it's a full house where every bedroom in the house is rigged up with a live stream security camera that can be aimed, pointed, zoomed by the operator, mic'd up fully, live 24/7. There's no privacy for the contestants whatsoever, and they have to complete like weekly challenges to stay in the game. And the grand prize is, I don't think I can legally say what the grand prize is yet, but it's, let's just say it's like you want to win, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
Fishtank sounds hype though. That's gonna be awesome.
It's super risky, and but I think our current like business, like how we're thinking of things is just trying like little experiments, just seeing what works, trying different things, and eventually, when you do high risk things long enough, one of them will yield like a crazy reward. I think that Fishtank is the one. I think that's the one that could get viral success because It's such a crazy idea that maybe people have thought of, but it's logistically impossible to pull off. So the user is like the security guard. Like, you have access to all these people's privacy. You can like super chat and and make voice messages go in the house. You hear someone talking shit about another player in the other room. You can buy an upgrade called a wiretap, and it reroutes one room's audio into the other. It's part of that was like kind of designed into it. Like, we want streamers to be able to the same way games kind of cater to streamers now, and how like part of their marketing. We're kind of thinking the same thing with that.
Next up, we got Ben.
And thanks for showing us here. I've been practicing this in the production ring out there.
Wow. Wow.
Ben is a member of production who primarily serves as a cameraman, and he started on the production team all the way back in Season 1. I believe that was when he got his start with the whole NBE group, but I could be wrong on that. Other than that, he's sometimes in the background of some of Sam's videos and live streams, helping out behind the scenes, and he's mainly in charge of shooting the FX3 handheld camera stuff that they then use in the edited episodes.
So we don't go in the makeup room?
Yeah.
10-4.
Don't you ever do that, Ben. Is it rolling?
Yeah. Yes.
Is it working?
Why?
Yep.
Ben, don't you ever go in the makeup room. That's where they have private time. Don't you ever do that, Ben. We talked about that.
In addition to this, each season, Ben has also played a pretty big role in interacting with the fish. On the first season, Ben played a character that would often come up to bother the fish with trauma-dumb stories, or just generally tell them how much he hates them.
Lie or hide things. I fucking hate you guys.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Your room looks like shit! This is filthy! You kill me! You kill my voice! I hate you! I wish I didn't have to fucking see you every day!
On Season 2, Ben really amped it up and became a more deranged, drunk character that would come up and be very aggressive with the fish, often yelling at them, slamming things, smashing their stuff, being just a general nuisance to be around.
So what is this, a shelf? Yeah. This isn't a shelf, guys. This is a fucking monstrosity.
Because some of this wood is just layered pieces of wood with metal in it.
Dude, fucking retarded. You guys are straight up fucking retarded for this.
During Season 2.5 Vampire Bloodgames, which we'll get into in a little bit, Ben played a sheriff character.
Okay, so I looked into a more vast pool of water than Deputy Brian did in his dream. Point being, whatever Deputy Brian does, I guarantee you I've done it better, bigger, and I've probably done it before him. Y'all hear that? So that's my dream.
And then after 2.5 in series like The Cell and Bitchtank, which again we'll go over in more detail later on in the list, Ben played a much larger role in driving a lot of the content and issuing a lot of the challenges. And then a quick side note for this next clip, Ben clearly has an issue with textures and smells and is often gagging when there's bad smells.
Okay.
And finally, in Season 3, Ben played his most popular role, which was Gay Ben, where he played a gay Hollywood producer guy, and then eventually became Super Gay Ben towards the end of the season.
Cobra Kai. Yes! Self-defense training. Of course, Alex. Of course.
What's wrong with you? Do you want to guess what it is? Could it be a toy? Could it be a rose? What could it be?
Sounds like a plushie.
Okay, don't do my voice, please. You just talk in your normal voice.
Next up is Airsoft Fatty. Airsoft Fatty is a reoccurring freeloader that's appeared on almost every season of the show. Airsoft Fatty was originally a YouTuber. He did lightsaber battles and things like that. He blew up in popularity after iDubbbz made a documentary about him, and then after feeling scorned by the documentary in a similar way that Sam Hyde was after iDubbbz made his documentary on him, the two met up, and then when Airsoft Fatty was essentially homeless during season 1, he was brought on as a freeloader and pretty much lived in the house.
It's so fucking bad!
Fatty serves as like a morale booster for the tank, often raising spirits, but he also gets into multiple beefs throughout the show, such as with Letty. This would continue on further seasons where he would fall in love with one of the girls and then get angry at them when they reject him, such as Trish and Haley from season 2 and Binx from season 3. Airsoft Fatty came back for season 2 and made a couple visits to the house and then hung out around the end of the show for a while. And for season 2.5, Bloodgames, Airsoft Fatty was King Thaddeus and played a major role in that series.
That's why you're here!
Fatty spit food on me, so I threw it at you, Ty. Sorry.
Hey, God, you want Chinese food? It might remind you of home!
And then finally in season 3, he returned during the famous house reboot as Tank.
Actual influencer.
An actual thing.
Yeah, he has
actually matters.
Benny boy, how's it going, man?
What's up, buddy? Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah.
Guys, this is Chris.
Hi, Chris. Nice to meet you. Y'all can't call me that. For me, it's Tank until you're in that privilege.
Worth noting that after a fight with Frank in season 2, Fatty declared that he would get skinny and has actively been working on that, as you can see in the clips of him during season 3. He would hang out in the house for the remainder of the show and even go to Vegas with the group.
Under moonlight, listen to this place. I show you every.
Hell. What are you doing? Look. Ugh.
Alex Stein is another freeloader that's been reoccurring and has been on almost every season. Alex is a political commentator. He normally does right-wing political stuff on his show, and he also does comedy.
Congresswoman AOC is calling out the creepy guy who hassled her on the steps of the Capitol.
You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
He first came on the show towards the end of season 1, and I believe, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard people say that he pays to be on the show.
If it wasn't for Letty,
Especially in season 1, Alex does a lot of screaming in people's faces and just yelling. Kind of like a Frank Hassel-esque character, but without all the Frank Hassel size and power to back it up. Alex pretty much just yells and annoys people, and in season 1, he came with Dontarius, who is supposed to be homeless. He's actually an actor that does homeless skits on like Instagram and TikTok, but he pretty much came in to yell at the fish and generally harass them.
Only 9 days left. We've done that.
Yo, this shit is nice. What up, bro?
Hey.
Yo.
This is Dontarius.
Chill, man. Dontarius, man. Nice to meet y'all.
See, that's the same thing Vance is doing. I asked him, can he cook something? He goes, oh, I can cook some toast. And then when I press him, he goes, you know what, I can't cook steak. And you know what, you can twerk. But because you have this mindset that, oh, I can't. Instead of saying I can, oh, I could learn. You really think that you're incapable of learning how to actually twerk? Is that really the answer?
I think I can do it.
That's what I'm saying. See, why didn't you say that the first time? Why not say that the first time?
Alex would return in season 2, and he would do his primetime Alex Stein show while in the fish tank house.
Dirty, I mean, yeah. You have to watch out for Fatty. He might eat you.
Just a little bit. Nah, Fatty's, he's going for a debate.
Yeah! Well, let's party! Alright, so, we got a lot of shit to do. Now that I'm in the house, shit is going to be a lot different. I'm not like Frank, but I'm a little weird too myself, so.
And then during season 2.5, Alex once again returned, this time as Wild Randy, which would come back again in season 3, and I believe has an entry later on in this list.
Give me some.
Watch out, Wild Randy.
The great Brandini hit Alex Stein with a freaking hammer.
And then during season 3, during Famous House 2, Alex came in as Alex Diamond, an executive that was apparently producing the show. He did his similar shtick, but he also pretty much ran the show for the next few days.
JWoww out there! Do you see one fucking JWoww out there? Not even a fucking JWoww!
They need time to develop
Mr.
their
Diamond, with all
characters.
due respect,
Jacob all downstairs. Yeah,
she's doing good.
I made a lot of.
Why can't you guys be like him? You guys see that African-American man right there is dominating.
Cool. He is so cool. I agree.
I'm Alex Diamond.
I agree with you, Mr.
You're doing a great job.
Hi.
You're doing great.
You got one
got
too.
a weapon.
You got one too.
Symbol is just wrong.
Yo, Symbol, the contract.
Get my touching.
Yeah, funky time. Symbol. What the fuck, bro? Hey, Symbol.
A bit of personal bias here. Frank is by far my favorite part of Fishtank. But Frank got his start doing YouTube videos where he would go out on the street and hassle people. He'd use his massive size in order to mess with people and generally disturb them, and a lot of times they wouldn't fight back because of just how gigantic Frank is. Despite this though, Frank never really gets too physical with people. Even on the show, he will rarely fight back. He will often just take punches and eat attacks the whole time while just continuing to annoy. As he puts it, high school bully tactics.
It fell out of your pocket. We were standing right here and it fell right out of your pocket.
Some good protein, man.
Thanks, dude. I don't want to be on camera. Hey, man, it fell out of your pocket.
You want to dip throw it in your van just in case you decide you want it.
The hot dog fell out of your pocket, man. It belongs to you.
Frank got involved with the MVE crowd as he was a fan of Sam, and he actually invented the Sam Hyde shooter joke when he called into a local news station and said that his friend committed a murder because he was bullied by Sam Hyde.
New at 11, a local man's linked to the gunman who murdered 2 journalists.
And it's like he's playing Counter-Strike, and then he's killing that poor woman, you know.
The online conversation that he says got progressively worse.
We usually just talk through the in-game chat.
He says this was Flanagan's gaming profile, Billy8473. He showed me this online conversation he says he had with him back in February. Gamer, do you want to play CSGO? Flanagan, not right now, I'm kind of out of it. Gamer, why? Flanagan, I can't get WDBJ out of my mind. I have a strong dislike of those people. Gamer, dude, we've talked about this before. Just let it go. It's not a big deal.
There's also this other guy who frequently bullied Bryce, I guess is the right way to say it. His name was Sam Hyde. He was a member of an online group called $1 Million Extreme.
When he saw the violent video Flanagan posted online, the similarities to games he says he's played with Flanagan were shocking.
After this, the two would make videos together, doing similar content on the street hassling.
Of people minding their own business without being harassed for no reason. We can't let them get away with this. Hassle Squad, assemble.
And then Frank would initially be brought in on season 1, where his main goal in the entire show is to push the fish to his limits. He pretty much does the hassle that he does on the street, but people have to live with it 24/7. He's really the physical manifestation of the viewers. And when the viewers are disliking certain characters, Frank will come in and start hassling that individual. Such as in season 3 when a lot of people hated Symbol, and so Frank made it his mission to harass and give Symbol what he deserved, which is really cathartic when you've been watching the show for a while and are getting annoyed with some of the people on it. Frank is a huge obstacle that occurs every season. On season 1, Frank successfully hassled Morel out of the house after slapping Fatty. And then Frank returned towards the second half of season 2, where he really turned up the hassle because the season was full of fans, so he could really do pretty much whatever he wanted. This included things like sniffing Kay's panties, throwing bugs on people, and breaking people's stuff. During season 2, I don't believe Frank hassled anybody out of the house, but it wasn't for lack of him trying. In addition, Frank played a huge role in the Swamp Olympics for the end of season 2, where he did a whole thing where he was a boss, and they had to battle him and see if they could out-hassle him.
Overall!
Oh, fuck!
You should be a gas station attendant.
Frank's next appearance on the show would be in Season 3, where he made his much-anticipated return. He was introduced just as another contestant, but was secretly tasked with revealing to Alex B that he was Wild Randy, which we'll get into farther down the list.
Oh, no you don't. You stink like a bitch. Back the fuck off me. Back the fuck off me, dog. Back off me, dog. Back off me, dog.
You're locked in here with Wild Randy.
Frank would continue to hassle Alex that night and then eventually turn down the heat, only to turn it back up the next day, where he successfully hassled out both Alex and Connor, who he was told to target because Connor had kicked Job the night before.
We're a little drunk right now. Oh, what was that?
Quiet on set! Shut up! Oh. Connor, you have failed the gay porn test.
You're going to get your ass kicked at home.
Sorry.
What's the D difference?
Let's leave the house now. See ya. See ya, everybody. Thank you guys very much. See you guys.
Connor gay guy alert Tinker Yappy Chihuahua and go before Frank rapes him gay guy alert you are the gang.
That's why it's going on.
After this, Frank remained in the house and hassled Mizzy along with Jeff pretty hard, and then eventually the contestants paid to get him removed from the house.
Wait for a second. Of course, bro. Big break. Okay. The man. Okay. All right. Kicking ass. Okay. Don't fall in the Gotcha.
Now at this point, we've covered the main production members, but we also have some people that alternate throughout seasons and are also a part of production. These include people like Luca, who was a cameraman for Season 3 and also did work on the Cell and Bitchtank, in addition to Vance, who after Season 1 opted to become the cameraman for the show. And then you have some other people like Bex, who is around during Season 2.5 and Bitchtank in the Cell, as well as some others that we'll get into later. In addition to this, you have some of the staff that works on the other end, such as Maejok, who runs a website, I believe, as well as people like Steinful and AB, who are in charge of a lot of the editing. This gaslighting entry refers to a common tactic that production uses to push the fish, which is gaslighting. There's notable examples of this from almost every season, so I'll just do a quick run-through of the ones that I think are most important. During Season 1, they repeatedly used a show is over gaslight, acting like the show was making no money and they were shutting it down. And even at the end, they acted like they weren't going to pay any money, but eventually they gave Josie and Letty the prize money.
Do you know I'm a mastermind troll? Dude, read this underlined part for me, okay? If you can.
There is no guarantee that participant will receive any compensation.
Do it louder, start over louder.
There is no guarantee that participant will receive any compensation during their time as a participant in the fish tank.
During Season 2, the whole premise of the show started out as a gaslight, having each contestant believe that they were a plant and everybody else was not fans, when in reality, everybody was fans except for only one person. And then during the Cell and Bitchtank, they had a notable gaslight where they tricked one of the girls, Haley, into thinking she was by far the most popular, when in reality, she was by far the most hated. And then finally, Season 3 started out with its own gaslight called Famous House, which brings us to the next entry.
Welcome, welcome, ha 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 ha, to Famous House. Everything you see before you is yours.
This is crazy! This is crazy!
The entire premise of Season 3 began with Famous House, a fake reality TV show that was PG and family-friendly, and they brought on a whole bunch of reality store wannabes and then would eventually expose them to the Fish Tank reality show that they're actually on. But while the show was still Famous House, the group would shoot fake ad reads, fake scenes, and all sorts of other things like that. After about 2 weeks, the Famous House thing ended and they went to Fish Tank, which was one of the best moments I've ever seen on television.
Randomly, in piles.
Oh,
Oops, I spilled. Oh. That's gonna be hard to count on the carpet. Dad was a doctor for 40 years. He helped people. And after, tell somebody else. Tell somebody else your f***ing sob story. Hey, friends! Hi. How's everybody doing? Great. Okay. Reset cameras. Just everybody sit on the couch here.
Each season, Sam does a different character as host of the show, and for season 1 and the second half of season 3, that character was Jason Goldstriker. And I'll let him give his backstory right now.
There was no TikTok, there was no Instagram, there was no web service that could get you flash in the pan fame, okay? I came up, it took me 10 years working as a background extra on these f***ing garbage shows to get my first job as a line producer on The Real World.
The Goldstriker character wears his signature suit and is often boasting about his wealth and talking about pissing away the show's money on cars and women and bragging about his $1 million sports cars. And then in addition, a little fun fact, he was initially introduced as Jonathan Goldstriker, but changed his name a couple days into season 1, probably to avoid confusion because there was already a Jonathan on the show. We'll get into Sam's other characters in the next tier of this iceberg. These next few entries I'm just going to group together. They're just pretty much the foundation of the show, and I'll give some interesting facts about each. Starting off with PTS.
If I do my job correctly. Yeah. John, shut up, you stupid retard.
That was the first ever TTS sent in Fishtank, and pretty much viewers can pay money in order to send text that will be played through speakers in certain rooms of the house. And this could be used to influence contestants or tell them what you feel about them. I can't find the messages now, but according to Jet, the noise that starts out before the TPS was used because the original speakers in season 1 were Bluetooth, and they didn't want the startup of them to cut off the first part of the message. So they added that noise so that if it cuts off any part, it would only cut off the noise. In addition to TTS, starting in season 1, viewers could also send sound effects, which would just play noises to the speakers. And then more recently, I believe this started in season 2.5, viewers could send AI sound effects, like creating their own songs or creating their own sounds from scratch.
But why did she have John? Hadn't an adorable from John? But why did she have to kiss John?
But all that to say about the TTS and sound effect are one of the biggest features of Fishtank and really drive the show. I'll let Jet put it his way.
And then also, one thing that we're missing out on right now is TTS. You guys these people are fucking airheads. And think about like season 1, if someone was in a room alone, you could give them ideas for stuff they could do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Season 1, season 2, if someone's in a room alone and the person is downstairs that you want them to scheme on and they're away from each other, you could be like, hey, here's an idea, you could do this.
In a similar way, fish toys are another viewer interaction tool on Fishtank. There are certain things that you could pay to have happen in the show, and there's been so many throughout the years, and I'll cover some more interesting ones later on in the list. But some of the typical ones are stuff like bed snatchers, where they'll come in and take someone's bed for the night.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Aperture!
This is new to these guys, but obviously you know what Bed Snatcher is. Aperture, thank you for deploying Bed Snatcher on Alex X. Say thank you, Aperture, for Bed Snatcher.
In addition to general fish toys, there have been some specific and targeted ones, such as in season 1, where there was a fish toy that was specifically only for Letty, and it was to have her get yelled at.
Yo, that's enough.
What's going on? Yeah.
There's a new order. People can pay to scream at Letty. I feel like that's funny.
Okay. Another major game mechanic in the show is fish bucks, which really plays on the sunk cost fallacy in order to try to get people to stay through all the nonsense. Fish bucks are money that's given out after each challenge or for doing certain things that is supposedly redeemable for real-world money. The value differs season to season. The caveat with these is that if you're kicked off the show due to like an elimination, you get to keep the money that you earned. However, if you leave the show voluntarily, you do not get to keep your fish bucks. And this is an important tool in getting people to stay. In Season 1, the fish bucks were just printed out money clip art on paper.
Bucks. This is how you're going to get rich. This is how you're going to start your NFT empire. I'm excited to see what you guys do with these fish bucks. Each one of these is like its very own NFT. Now, this is not bullshit, okay? Each one of these fish bucks represents $500, okay? That's real, no bullshit. That is a contractual promise. That's an actual thing. Now, here's the deal. The only way that this will be taken away from you, that you will not get to keep this, is if you leave of your own volition. Okay? If you decide that this is too much for you and you leave, your fish bucks are getting taken away. We're not going to let you keep your fish bucks, all right?
Yes. Yeah. Wherever. Oh, those are fish bucks. I'll take these.
In Season 3, they actually made some more legit-looking ones, and in Season 2, instead of fish bucks, they did the chip system, which is something totally different where they could bet with chips and earn chips.
9 of her famous bucks, now rebranded as fish bucks. They're better. Same thing, though. I'm going to redistribute these to people in the house. This may be the only time I do this. I'm feeling generous today. You shout this out real quick?
It looks like...
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, little Obama Bin Laden.
I get it. I do. You got the one that you wanted. Look at you driving.
Freeloaders, like.
Your dog should be crying.
Well, I'm seeing this, right? I'm going crazy. All right.
Next up is the grand prize, what everybody on the show is computing for. During Season 1, the grand prize was billed as $10,000, but due to the success of the show, they actually ended up upping it, and they gave Josie, the winner, $30,000, and Letty, the runner-up, $20,000, I believe. During Season 2, the prize went up to $50,000 for first place, which went to TJ. And then Season 2.5, I don't believe, had its own prize. Same thing with the Selling Bitchtank, they did not have their own prize. And then Season 3 had the advertised $50,000 prize. However, as we know, they ended up gambling it and losing it and only giving Burt no money.
And it's gone. All right. What's the show?
Can we go back to the tunnels?
Back to the tunnels.
B. U. R. T. Sorry about that. Okay. Good to go?
Whether they actually gave Burt the money after the show ended is still yet to be seen, even though Burt claims they did not. But other than the Season 3 fluke, the prize money is real, and it is what everybody is computing for. And the final major game mechanic is something called Freeloaders, which are non-contestants that live in the house and are kind of tasked with trying to make other contestants' life hell. They can't compete for the grand prize, but they can compete for fish bucks. The first ever freeloader was Kide, which we'll get into later on in the list. And then the longest ever freeloader who remained in the house the longest was Dumbgay in Season 2.
Your pussy's played out, and you're wearing, you're played out. Yeah, bitch. Yeah.
Need some help, bitch.
That's fine, that's fine. You need something too, bitch. And you're wet up too, bitch. You're wet up too, bitch.
3 houses refers to the 3 houses that Fishtank has been in. First up was the Season 1 house. This house they rented for the show and then repaired themselves. And the same thing is true of the Season 2 house, where they only rented it for the show and had to repair it after it was over. And then finally, the Season 3 house is one that they own, and it appears they are going to own for a long time. There's no plans of destroying it or selling it anytime soon. I believe they purchased the property for upwards of $1 million, so it seems to be a real asset that they're planning on keeping for the show.
It's as simple as this.
During season 1, they messed up the house pretty bad. A lot of food being thrown on the floor, and especially Sam, who would smash up the cabinets and broke a few doors. And he later said throughout the show that the damage that they racked up on the house, I believe it was around $50,000. This, however, didn't stop them from amping that up in season 2, where the house was practically torn to the ground. The house destruction serves as just another psychological tool for the show, obviously having to remain in a house that's so in chaos and disorganized, and in season 2, where the walls are being torn down, it both serves as some physical comedy as well as some pressure on the fish. However, it seems after season 2 or 2.5, the attitude on house destruction kind of shifted. Maybe because it's too costly, or maybe because they invested so much in the current house they're in. It seems that Jet isn't too interested in continuing the house destruction.
It's no secret this is the season 3 house. I don't want to fucking get into it. I'm already gonna have to get Mexicans to renovate this room. It's already destroyed. It's foolish to think that I could get out scot-free. I don't know. The trashing and destroying things humor, it's a little juvenile. This is just pathetic.
I'm on Bitchtank, I'm making a mess! I'm making a mess on Bitchtank! Look, there's stuff everywhere! I'm covered in shit! I'm covered in shit! It's Bitchtank! I'm gonna take all my food, put it on the floor! I'm funny, I'm funny!
So are you here to offer us watermelon and chicken with 11 herbs and spices?
Was it that funny, Taylor?
No.
Okay. Do you think they're funny?
I was just cringing a little bit at it.
Cringe 1488.
Moving on to the second section of the iceberg, still pretty well-known stuff, but maybe a little less known than the major seasons. Season 2.5 was Vampire Bloodgames, a role-play season where everybody went out into the woods on a built set and they role-played an entire storyline where they had to fight vampires and finish quests. The cast was all returning fish from previous seasons, and for 14 days the crew lived outside in the woods and went through the storyline, all while the viewers watched, via their GoPro cams as well as the cams that they had mounted around the set. I'm just going to tie this next part, which is another entry, just into this because it makes sense. The Duke is Sam's character for season 2.5 and was the main villain throughout the series. The gang's whole goal was to assemble, I believe it was some sort of cards that they could take out the Duke. If you're interested in the lore, the Duke's full name is Duke Dragonir Zygoner. I probably pronounced that wrong. The Duke would often ride around the set on his steed, which was just a small dirt bike that Sam would ride around and crash into things with.
Yeah.
And he was supposedly, in the lore, related to Xavier Ravenblood, which we'll get into on another entry. If you want to get the whole story of Bloodgames, I recommend watching AB's recaps of it, day to day. Gives you a good outlook. Keeping with Sam's different characters, we're going to finish it off with the Judge and Jeremy Gold.
I'm waiting for you to leave.
I need to hear what it's about.
It's basically nothing.
Basically nothing.
I was just talking about today.
What?
Since season 2 was set in the 70s, Sam went with a different character called the Judge. His full name is Judge Jedediah Goldstriker, and he, in the lore, is part of the Goldstriker family, and he references in season 2 that he's the father of Jason Goldstriker for season 1. And in season 2.5, there was a grave for Judge Jedediah Goldstriker that labels him being born in 1942 and then dying in 91. Other than that, the character is just like a prospector oil type, and probably is a little reminiscent of Judge Holden from the book Blood Meridian. Other than that, the Judge is apparently an oil man. He grew up in the swamp, and you'll see in season 2 that swamp magic is a reoccurring theme, and other swamp-related activities. Moving on to Sam's final character, Jeremy Gold. Jeremy Gold appeared on Season 3 during the Famous House era. He was the host of Famous House and went by Jeremy Gold, or G, and he was a real eccentric, wearing multiple different hats that were gigantic and ridiculous throughout the show, often smoking a cigar and ashing it on people. And he had a very similar story to Jason Goldstriker, where he was a failed actor, and this is his big break, but he also drives a lot of sports cars, things of that nature. Pretty much a very similar character, but more of like a Hollywood elite producer-type version of Jason Goldstriker. In addition to this, he was known for his catchphrase on the show, which was, ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Good talk, bro. Thank you.
Next up, we're going to go through some of the reoccurring characters on the show, starting off with Scott Sullivan.
Shut the fuck up, push it.
Tell me shut the fuck up again, bro. Oh, tell me
I
shut the
just
fuck
did.
up. Tell me shut the fuck up again.
Oh, Scott, my man! Scott!
Scott Sullivan is a YouTuber and MMA coach. He runs a YouTube channel where I think he pretty much just reviews different fights and things of that nature, those live streams. He was on Season 1, and he would often come in to train certain people like John. He would hold up the pads for John to practice kickboxing and boxing. And then he returned in Season 2 as Sensei Scott, where he would host karate classes to put the fish through.
All right, how hard are we going? As hard as possible.
And then he would once again return during the Cell and Bitchtank, where he would hang around and chat with the girls, sometimes introducing himself as Jacob. And when he was going by Jacob, he was a more dark and twisted version. And it was Jacob who did the Rape Escape Challenge.
Jaykobb. He's a licensed professional. He's going to be chasing you around the room one at a time. Everybody's going to have their turn here. Oh, he's got her. He's got her. He's got to hold her down. He's got to hold her down.
Please, pretty please.
Whoa! There it is. 2, 3. That's not a rape. 4. There we go. That's a rape.
After Scott, we have the first freeloader ever on the show, Ty.
Yo, Ty, you look like the fucking crypt keeper. You look like you have nasty halitosis, nigga. Kill yourself. Thank you.
Ty is a stand-up comedian who first appeared on Season 1 as a replacement for Simmons, as the two look very similar, and there was a Season 1 bit, which we'll get into later, where they would have clones of other people. Ty has a very dry sense of humor and speaks in a very thick accent.
Man, you cannot save them.
I know I can't, so I'm gonna save myself.
During Season 1, he stayed in the house for a while until he won his secret challenge, which again we'll go over in another entry. Ty would return for Season 2 until being kicked unceremoniously by Vance.
I had to use my charm.
Ty,
Yeah.
you're fired.
What?
You're fired.
From what?
From the show.
Oh, okay.
So just pack up all your stuff.
Ty would return for Vampire Bloodgames, and he was a member of the named cast. And other than that, he's a beloved member of the fish tank community. Next up, we have Chip.
Okay.
Chip is a member of production who played a homeless person on Season 1, often coming into the tank drunk and belligerent.
Who is it? Who are you? We'll go get somebody.
He returned for Season 2, but not for long, as the bit kind of been at work when fans know about the show. And then he was fully on production during the Cell and Bitchtank, where he was doing similar production things like running fish toys and generally just interacting with the different cast members.
Sitting in a broke down car and 4 years no car.
Yo, do you know who our viewers are? Nobody wants to hear you singing this fucking cracker ass bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
And finally, we have Greg.
Separate? Let's separate.
Prior to making his debut in Season 2, Greg was actually the fake Mr. Beast that you've probably seen in different memes, and he had a YouTube channel that went by Schizo Vance, still does.
Hello, I am Mr. Beast. The fog is coming. The fog is coming. The fog is coming.
He was brought on the show to play his fake Mr. Beast character as a bit to tell the fish that Mr. Beast is coming. Now, Greg came from a more lighthearted area of the internet, so his introduction into the tank led to him being a bit uncomfortable in the environment. Chat would try to get him to say different slurs and things of that nature.
Do you do freestyle raps?
No, I'm not that smart.
Forget every rep I had to do, I had to write down.
Okay, Mr. Beast, new challenge. If you move, you're friggin' racist. Starting from now.
Greg was only supposed to stay for 1 day, and despite the tank being such a different environment for him, he ended up staying for multiple days and went through a bit of a character arc over his time in the tank. With Sam's help, he decided to ditch the fake Mr. Beast persona and embrace himself as Greg and go with that instead of relying on the Mr. Beast meme. After that, Greg remained in the tank and truly embraced the environment.
Good. Sorry. Go!
The retard strength is retard.
Whoa. Your face. Come on, Greg. Get him. Come on, grab.
His character arc and his embracement of the tank led to him becoming one of the most beloved characters in Fishtank history. After this, he returned for season 2.5, and he was the main member of the cast.
Greg's that motherfricker. Greg's that motherfricker. Fricka. Greg up. Greg up.
After season 2.5, he returned during the second half of Bitchtank and would stay alone in the cell until the end.
This is how a motherfucker twerk.
After season 3 concluded, Greg decided to do his own spin-off show called Segregated. Segregated is a show featuring Greg, Frank Hassel, and a few of their friends. They rent out a set, and pretty much Greg has to live in the set for a week. If you want to see more about Segregated, check out the recap playlist that I have on my channel. Next entry is a quick one, TTS Spam. This just refers to that in each season there's been different spams sent through the TTS in order to get the most out of the money you pay for the TTS. These include things like vertical bar, circumflex, which are all characters on the keyboard, and so they only take up one character, but yet will say the entire word, so you can get more paying for your buck.
I would have motherfucking told them. Everybody knows that.
Welcome to the bar, motherfuckers. Vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar.
Where are the smokes?
Vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar.
I'm going to lump these next two together. The basement and basement flooding just refers to that production often runs the show out of the basement in all seasons. In season 2, when they were running the show out of the basement, they actually had a water leak and the basement flooded. Other than that, there's been rumors of basement cams, but they never really panned out. The closest we got was during season 3, when the prison experiment was going on. They cut to a basement cam, and it was just Ben watching Tombstone. Clones just refers to a very funny bit that they did in season 1, where they got other people on the show that looked and acted like other contestants, such as Betty was there to replace Letty, and Vance had his replacement, who was named Lance. It was a very funny bit. I think it should come back in other seasons.
What's your strategy to win? Replace you.
Broke the Tank just refers to another season 1 bit where they acted like they gave Ty a secret mission to break the tank or to pretty much just have people turn against each other, and they rewarded him with more money than the original prize was, just to demoralize people. After this, the term broke the tank would be used in other seasons to joke about other characters breaking the tank or messing up the vibes in the house.
Folks, as you know, when you got here, you were given a secret mission. As a matter of fact, only one person thus far has completed their secret mission. And that's you, my man. Simon has officially broken the fish tank.
Woo! Yeah! I'm blowing the fish tank! Hell yeah!
The entity was a creature in season 1 that would run around the house at night, especially during the cell challenge when they were all locked in one room, and pretty much just mess stuff up, move around furniture, and generally harass them. The joke was that the entity was some sort of spectral creature and that he was haunting the house. For some reason, this was entirely cut from the edited episodes, even though in my opinion it's a very funny bit. Similarly, sharks are people in costumes that come up to generally disrupt the house, often throwing garbage everywhere, moving around furniture, or doing other things like that. The sharks wear a patented jumpsuit with a mask, and some of them are red, some of them are white. In Season 2, when they all figured out that they were fans, the start of the show was ushered in with sharks coming in to dump trash everywhere. In Season 3, the sharks returned, and they acted more as robots, where they could be controlled by PPS to do a little mischief and move some furniture around. Later on in the season, the sharks were revealed to be Jet and Job.
It'll ship out soonish. Hey, these are limited editions.
Bye, Breezy. Get clapped, dumbass. Try that shit on your next employer. You'll get very far.
And they played a much larger role during Famous House 2, where they were a lot more aggressive than normal. Next up, we have one of my favorite challenges, the Drunk Piece of Shit Challenge. The Drunk Piece of Shit Challenge started in Season 1, where Vance ultimately walked away the winner, and the goal of the challenge is to be the biggest, drunkest piece of shit. The challenge did not occur in Season 2, if I remember correctly, but in Season 3 it made a comeback, and Alex B was off to a huge start until being unfairly disqualified for dumping liquid on the rugs.
Hey, Lacey J, I will treasure this. I will protect it.
Alex, can I fuck that ass?
And
I see you swinging it around, teasing me, drawing me in. Don't act like you aren't.
Bro,
you haven't lived through something in your life. You talk about all this fucking fighting you do. You talk about all this fucking fighting you do. You're a fucking you talk about all this fucking fighting you do.
I love video games.
Bro,
This one.
No.
Simple, come on. I want you to see the best part. You haven't seen it. This would be called. This one I call on a cliff. I asked Ben first. I said, "Is this okay?" He even felt the pop to see if it was warm.
Alex, you're all
Guys, I asked that when I said that shouldn't count. Disqualification, I'll take that. But reducing it, bro, come on, Ben. You felt the pop, man. You felt.
Ultimately, Job ended up walking away the winner, which was pretty deserved.
I'm very impressed with everyone's performances, but it's pretty clear that the winner of the Drunk Piece of Shit Challenge, by far, Job, you were a real piece of shit tonight.
Luke was the plant during Season 3, meaning he was in with production during Famous House. He got on the show after saying the N-word on Big Brother and getting kicked off.
We're in the cheese room, nigga. Dude.
He turned up the heat too quickly during Famous House and left the show soon after, as they had thought that he had blown his cover too much by being too aggressive with Sybil.
Wi-Fi signal, get the fuck out of here.
Luke would then return during Famous House 2 and stay until the end of the show. And now he's in with the MBE group and shoots videos with Sam. Next up, we have Simmons' book.
I got some reading I could do. If you want to hear some reading.
Is it Simmons' book?
No. I just keep excerpts. I keep excerpts of books that I like on my phone. There was a counselor who worked for a camp for decades. Everybody loves him, but he got fired because he offered drinks to underage girls and allegedly raped her. Here's how to do it the right way.
As I think most everybody knows, Simmons was kicked off of the show for his inappropriate comments in a book that he wrote and sold on Amazon. The book was pretty much a how-to for camp counselors and kind of was talking about how to be sexual with some of the people that you're counseling without being caught. The whole thing was pretty gross and disgusting. What's interesting, though, is the aftermath of it. There's actually a recording of Frank Hassel confronting Simmons after he leaves the show. The only other bit of info is that Simmons also had liked some weird posts on his Instagram and commented on a young girl's legs. But here's Frank calling him out for all this.
Feel any sort of like personal responsibility for getting removed from the show? Do you think you did anything wrong or weird or like anything like that?
I think probably taking the baby was probably the last straw, and it makes me
any of the stuff in the books or any of the Instagram posts with little kids in them, where you're talking about long legs and using sexual hashtags. There's like people in the comments talking about trading photos and stuff. You don't feel like that was weird at all?
Now that you mention it, it could affect the outcome.
Pretty weird.
It's
pretty weird, right? Like just in general, not even on the show. Just having Instagram posts with little kids on them and like sexual hashtags and stuff like that. Like you could see how people would take that the wrong way, right?
Yeah, I also find like I know what you mean.
Hold on a second. Look in the camera. Say it again.
I stood up and said it.
You gotta look in the camera. Say it.
Icky pukers.
I'm here. What's the status?
I have to get it out.
Damn.
Icky pukers just refers to a silly way to say that you're going to puke on the show. Sam often likes to say weird words like this, like if you ever watch his stream, he had this thing where he went on Tinder and he was asking people if they know what gicky gackers is. It's Sam's type of humor. Icky pukers can also refer to some of the challenges, such as the milk challenge or the triathalon challenge, just anything that has to do with puking. Let's Go is a thing started in season 1 where Vance would look into the camera and scream, "Let's go." And this continued all through every seasons. You'll hear TTS asking them to look into the camera and yell, "Let's go" at the top of Doongs.
Vance, this my last TTS. For a minute, you're a silver beast. Hit this fucking win. VVVV.
During season 3, Peyton kind of took over this role as she was seen as a female Vance, kind of just because she was more quiet and pretty competitive, which was pretty much how Vance was.
Yeah!
Contestant fan bases refers to the thing that contestants each get their own named fan bases throughout the seasons. Season 1, some notable ones are Josie's fan base was called the Josie Cells. Letty was the Letty Chuds. In season 2, you had the Tatriot or the Coal Burners. In season 2.5, the Cell and Bitchtank, you had the Claire Bears or the Shoddy Sharders. And then finally in season 3, you had Peyton, which had the Patriots, which was a play on the Patriots from season 2, or the Burt Bros.
Peyton, last season there was another lesbian named Taylor that punched Frank in the face. She lives in Texas too. Date.
Fishtank Clans refers to the clan mechanic on the website where you can join clans or pretty much groups, and you get a little name tag next to your name in chat. You have to be a season pass member in order to do this, but once you're in a clan, you pretty much just get to say you're in it. Some notable clans are Crack Clan, Scythe Clan, Yoja Clan, and Caw Clan, as well as the clan Einen, Daisy. On the site, you can also earn XP, and being in these clans means you're susceptible to attacks from other groups. In addition to this, you can also deposit tokens into your clan's vault, and this has led to sometimes people getting their tokens pretty much rughold. House doxing just refers to the multiple times that the houses have been doxed. The location of each house is pretty well known. You could find it on the internet if you look hard enough. And so during season 1, they got swatted, where the cops actually showed up and they had to clear out the house. I don't believe they had any swatting issues during season 2, but they did have different count issues where people were complaining about them, which I think we'll get into later on. And then in season 3, they had another swatting incident where Alex B's wife actually called the police and sent them to the house after being told on TikTok to watch the show and that her husband was cheating on her with Binx.
Yeah, he has been touchy with girls. You're right. And I'm not going to deny that. I've seen it for myself. So when people are DMing me, telling me, I did call the cops. I couldn't, in my defense, I couldn't get a hold of the producers. I mean, if you look online, there's literally no number, no address or anything for them. So, I mean, obviously, I have Alex on Life 360. He asked me to put him on Life 360 when he left, and I pinged his phone, and that's where it took me. So that's what I gave the cops.
New videos coming out soon. Bug Sports tutorial. How to make my patented Zippy water. You don't want to know, but soon you will. Zippy water. You'll be zipping around all over the place with Zippy water. I'm going to show you how to make my Zippy water, and there's nothing to do about it.
So Zippy water was an old joke from Sam's older videos, and it actually also made appearance in World Peace when, if you look in some of the graphics, they wrote "Drink Zippy water." After that, it made an appearance in season 2 of Fishtank. I believe when it was in season 2, I think it was just carbonated water. I don't know if it really had any flavor, even though it was listed as being cherry menthol flavored.
Here you go. It's nutritious. It's delicious.
Thank you.
Have yourself a Zipp water. Zipp green cherry menthol flavor.
Drink Zipp. I wouldn't know. I'm not. It's delicious. It's the good stuff.
After that, before season 3, they actually decided to make it an actual beverage, led by Big Flame, who started like his own company around it and actually made it. They're actually selling it now, and you can, I think, still buy it. I bought the pre-orders, and from when I tried it, it's pretty disgusting. It smells like a cigarette, and it tastes just absolutely bizarre.
It's a nootropic drink with 25 milligrams of caffeine.
Now you know how we felt last night.
It's fucking good.
Other than that, Beyond the Show drink has a whole bunch of different references on the can. It says that it's made with money powder and gay people and all sorts of other weird stuff like that.
Ingredients contain can, opium, human skull particles, mysterious VHS tape footage of a real ghost, shredded 2005 Dodge Durango titles, movie spoilers, CIA Red 999, unstable isotopes, rivets, a deep sinking feeling in your stomach, laser beams, hood quotes, ranch flavor dust, stolen valor, BPD girl clingy text messages, and poop. Monopolize neighborhoods today.
Computer speaking. I need to calibrate your voice. Can everyone scream in unison as loud as you can? 3, 2, 1.
During season 3 Famous House, in order to not reveal that the show was live, they needed a way to still have TTS going through. So the answer to that was to say that it was a smart computer and send messages. And so TTS would have to get approved by production to fit this category and not go too far, even though they started slowly pulling that back as the season progressed.
You awake, nigga?
I'm sorry?
It seemed like contestants like Alex actually truly believed that it was a computer, so did Burt. There were some contestants that probably were iffy on it, but it was a pretty good plan and it worked really well.
You know what, computer? Computer, please play some Indian freaking Hindi fucking accent shit. That sounds better actually. Please.
Boxing probably just refers to the amount of times boxing is used on the show. Sam is a boxer, so during season 1 he would often come in to just train and have people hold pads for him while he aggressively trained on them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Other than that, in season 2, boxing played a huge role with the beef bell, having multiple beefs settled through boxing.
Oh, all right. Come on, Greg. 4. Yeah.
Please, do it for India.
Fucking horses, huh? Fucking your mom, you piece of dog shit. Move it to the middle.
Out of everyone in season 2, TJ did by far the most amount of boxing matches, and most notably won the final match to the death with Shinji to win the show. There would continue to be multiple different boxing matches during the 2.5 season, as well as in Bitchtank.
Learn that one.
I know she's bad. Just fucking fight. Claire, you can't just fight back. Fight, Claire.
13, 14, 18, 16, 17, 18.
Oh! Steam the sushi, Ben. Get the sushi.
Oh my God.
Get it.
Boxing would return in the latter half of season 3, and we'd see a whole bunch of really good fights.
Stays. Loser leaves and becomes homeless like Jeff.
No back of the head. No back of the head.
You guys are getting tired, Dick.
Splatterbrains. Luke Splatterbrain.
Jimmy would beat both of these bitches easily.
The cell is another reoccurring challenge where contestants are put in a room and the last one standing wins the challenge. It first started in Season 1 when they did the cell challenge, which Vance ultimately ended up winning.
The humans came out of the bedroom after they took a shit and pissed.
Then, also in Season 1, they have a second cell challenge to determine the winner. During this cell, they had multiple mini challenges that each girl had to complete, and they kept the running total going. This would continue in other cell challenges where they would have people stay in the room but also compete in these mini games.
The Cell 2. This challenge will consist of potentially 42 mini challenges. Which one of you smoking hot babes can back up their looks with lung power? Me smoking pipe long time.
During Season 2, the cell challenge made a comeback where Taylor ultimately won it.
Of literal human shit and piss. There's also human hair all over the ground. Why? I don't know. You tell me. So yeah. And we also have this big, huge bowl of grits here. Don't we love grits? It's got some hairs in it, some sand, you know. How the traditional grits should be.
And then during Season 2.5, they kind of had a cell challenge where they had to stay on top of this tower. For this challenge, it came down to Letty and Creature, who Letty eventually betrayed by killing Creature and winning the tower challenge.
Smear the blood.
Die, bitch, die!
Smear,
yeah.
No, Letty needs to smear the blood.
Yes!
Play with her guts.
Blood!
Play with her guts now.
I'm gonna rip your heart out and eat it. Use the blood of my enemies is on me!
And then we'll get into it later. There was something called the Cell Podcast Challenge and the Cell, which operated during Bitchtank, but I'll cover more about that in the separate entry. And finally, Season 3 had, in my opinion, the best Cell yet, with the final showdown between Burt and Symbol, when Symbol ultimately ended up winning it.
Let's go, Symbol.
Got it. Burt, let me see that fish.
Got it.
Yeah, that's over. Guys.
This one doesn't have an entry, but while I'm doing this, I figured I should add it. Another reoccurring challenge that you'll see throughout seasons is a Triathalon challenge. To my knowledge, they didn't do a Triathalon challenge in Season 1. I think it started in Season 2. But in Season 1, they did something similar where they had a hot dog eating contest, which would be one part of the Triathalon in the further seasons.
This is gonna be such an epic night! Wieners! Power food! Ultimate power!
What's the count?
34.
34? Okay, let me see what the status is on our hungry animals. No? Damn! Darn it! Shnikes! Jeez. Turns out those hungry animals are nowhere to be found. What do you think about that? Shit! Damn! What are we gonna do? God! We have all these hot dogs. I guess we'll just have to eat them.
During Season 2, they would take these challenges and mix it into one called the Triathalon.
But then we'd go and we'd do a triathlon. We would do a whole triathlon.
For the challenge, the fish split into teams and then were tasked with smoking cigarettes and then eating hot dogs and then doing a whole bunch of cardio. I think for cigarettes, they had to smoke 5 each. Hot dogs, it was 10 each. And then they had to do their cardio. For Season 2, Brian's team that consisted of him, Dumbgay, Tay, and Trish ended up winning. The Triathalon would come back in Season 3, where it was actually seemingly much more difficult than Season 2.
Welcome to the Fish Tank Triathalon. It's a staple of fish tank culture. Previous fish tank triathlon winners have gone on to do amazing things in business and media.
For this challenge, Burt's team was severely lacking and actually had to have somebody swapped because there were 2 vegans in Binx and Mizzy. And Burt's team squared off against Connor's far superior team. The challenge started off with hot dog eating, followed by drinking 2 gallons of milk, and then having to perfectly recite the ABCs without anybody differing at the same time. And then it was on to smoking, then cardio, then drinking soda, and then more cardio. At the end, they had to complete, I forget the amount, but a certain amount of burpees. Sam wasn't counting his games, and so they had to redo it, both on the same playing field. And after a whole bunch of deductions and additional points added, Burt's team actually ended up winning. Contestants on production just refers to the times when past contestants has joined the production team. Most notably, Vance from Season 1 is now pretty much a permanent cameraman, as well as Letty from Season 1. She worked a lot on The Cell and Bitchtank. Josie, also from Season 1, worked on Season 2 as a producer. And I think that about wraps it up. And to finish off this tier, we have Little Maejok. Little Maejok refers to this little doll that you'll see in Season 2.5 as well as Season 3. The joke originated when, after 2.5, they had the one camera open in Famous House, and the room was full of wood chips and other debris, and Maejok, a member of production, put this doll in the room along with the other stuff. Chat decided to name it Little Maejok as he was the one that put it in the room, and since it was sitting alone in the room on a chair, TTS and SFX were sent in to make it sound like the doll was haunted or had a mind of its own. When Oddbod entered the room, Oddbod played into this joke and began talking to Little Maejok.
So, we'll carry on.
Little Maejok would return in Season 3 when he was placed in the dollhouse and given to Binx, who would watch over him for pretty much the duration of the season.
Little Maejok, love you. To live Zipp.
Yeah, he do love you. Oh my god, I thought that was real.
Moving on to the third tier of the list, we're going to start it off with Vance 2018.
You know, have you heard the 2018 thing that came out about Vance?
Yeah.
Starting to see why he probably likes you. Just your time. You were, I think they got you in what, 20 seconds?
Oh.
Just saying that might be the reason why Vance likes you so much.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay, yes. Alright.
Because he likes a certain...
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this inside joke, I believe, started in Season 2.5, and I could be getting this wrong, but I think the origin of it is that someone in chat was named Vance Victim 2018. But the name was just a joke, and I think through TTS or through Fish Toys, people caught on to the joke and started insinuating that Vance had some sort of rape allegation or sexual assault allegation from 2018. I'm not too sure if I have the origins of it 100% correct, but I know it started in 2.5, and then it just became a recurring joke, similar to the next one on this list.
But, fucking making us do shit, saying it's for the sake of good.
Vance?
What?
He looks like he's about to cry.
This joke started out after Season 2 when Summer had her mental breakdown and went on a whole rant about things that she felt was going on with production, which we'll cover in more depth later on in the list. She claims that while whatever horrible things were going on, that Vance was so affected by it that he wept and he cried. And so this joke then moved into just saying that Vance wept or Vance cried whenever certain things happen. The joke kind of evolved during Season 3 when it could be used to refer to the Vance abuse bit that they did during Famous House, where Ben and Sam would constantly verbally abuse Vance in front of the other fish. And the term Vance wept was used to say that he's suffering in silence.
Right, here's what I
Could we cut?
Yes.
I'm just gonna be making me run up the stairs. I'm just breathing. The mic is gonna pick this up.
Okay.
Can I just can you hold your breath? Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go.
If running up a spiral staircase that's 10 feet tall is making you lose your breath, then maybe you should start looking out.
I can do it. Let's go.
But,
Are you saying you can do it film there, or are you saying you can run up the stairs without breathing?
Let's shoot the scene is what I'm saying.
His feet, I feel like he was running up here, all conspicuous.
And he was like out of breath, so he was breathing into the mic, and he asked me, like, can I not run? Because I'm breathing in the mic, and he was like, if you can't run, you start working me out.
Bro, it was rough. And he's like, you good? And he's like,
get your damn breath.
Like, it was rough. Me and her here with the manscape box right here.
Next up, we have Hoarderman. Hoarderman is a man that Jimmy must live locally by, that he helps clean out his house. And Jimmy is always searching through this man's house in hopes of finding some sort of buried treasure or some sort of rare antique, and just pretty much going through the house and selling the items and keeping some of the items. One such item was the ashtray that Trish broke in Season 2. Jimmy will constantly reference Hoarderman and even has some YouTube videos on his page of him going to Hoarderman's house to clean out some of the stuff.
This is crazy. Jimmy, oh my God, Jimmy.
No, I've done this like a bunch of times. I had to grab shit from up there before.
Oh, cool, a bike. How did the leaves get rusty?
Oh, we need to get that side. ASAP, that's just a roof, thank God. Do any of you guys know anything about brooms or any of that shit? Like antique brooms?
Burt currently has 3 different Reddit accounts. His old, more gay pornography-focused Reddit account, his new Burt Brock's Reddit account where he's actively posting in the Fishtank subreddit, and then finally an old account that people found that goes by Useflash Lone Trooper, which is all Burt's old safe-for-work cosplays. The golden scarab or golden beetle refers to a thing in Season 2 where they told the contestants that they hid a golden scarab in the house, and if they find it, they will get $10,000. It was initially hidden somewhere in the reef, but then it was moved to the attic by Sam, and nobody ever actually ended up finding it, thinking that it was a lie, but I believe it was actually there to be found, just nobody could find it. I could be wrong on that, though. But at the end of the show, apparently Sam took the beetle and gave it to Shinji, implying that he got the $10,000. This refers to the theory that Binx knew about the show prior to getting on. I personally subscribe to this theory. I think there's plenty of evidence that she at least had a vague idea as to what the show was. She was accidentally contacted by the Fishtank admin email account, just like Alex B. However, probably being smarter than Alex B, she researched the show, and somebody found an old VOD clip on her Twitch where she's actually talking about the show to one of her friends.
Oh my God, Tommy, have you ever watched Bitchtank? I feel like that's something you would watch. My friend was telling me about it.
I think that Binx probably had a little bit of knowledge about the show prior to going in. I don't think she was a super fan or anything, but I think she definitely knew what the show was about and what was going to happen. Especially with some other things she mentioned on the show, like knowing Sam Heidecker, but also not knowing Sam Hyde, and knowing Boogie2988, but not knowing Frank Castle. I think she probably had a good idea of what was going on, even if maybe she wasn't an avid watcher of the show. No fans just refers to an ideology that Jet seems to be subscribing to, even though he changes his opinion on it here and there. It seems that they often don't want to work with fans, understandably so, as fans can be extremely mentally unwell and crazy. But there have been some good examples of fans on the show. A notable example is Odd Bob, which we'll get into later, who was a big fan of the show and ended up being awesome. Another one is Juliana from Bitchtank. She was a huge fan of the show and had a great run in Bitchtank.
You did great. We're very happy.
Thank you.
For real, you did great.
Well done, Juliana.
Thank you so much.
You were excellent.
Trish and Brian likely refers to the relationship that the two engaged in Season 2. From the edited episodes, you can see they went into the closet together, although nothing really ended up happening. However, it's rumored that after that, they went into the bathroom together at some point, and that something did happen in the bathroom. And you'll hear Trish kind of admit to this and multiple times, but also deny it. But it seems likely that they probably did do something.
Dodo bird twigs do.
Pregnancy test delivery from Kefka.
What the fuck? Bruh, they got me for real.
What'd they do?
They fucking pranked me. Clear B, look it up. It's a fucking pregnancy test. It says positive, but you know what? We looked it up. It's Clear B. It's fake. It's
they
fucking
trolled
fake.
Your ass?
They fucking pranked me. I was fucking scared for my life. Ain't no Brian babies up in here.
Clear B.
Similarly, you have Binx and Lilly, which was just a weird and bizarre aspect of Season 3. During the Famous House reboot, for some reason Binx decided to start having a relationship with Lilly, one of the new contestants. And the two definitely got up to something in bedroom 3 during the night. You could hear the whispers, and the audio was pretty clear that they were at least doing something for some reason. And a lot of people were very upset about it because from the muffled audio, it sounded like Binx was kind of revealing the fish tank lore to Lilly. But it's unseen if she ever actually did. What's odd, though, is when confronted on it, she ended up lying, saying they didn't do anything, when it was really clear that they did. So I don't know why she was lying. I don't know why she decided to do this, even though she knew it was against the show's rules. It was just a really weird part of season 3.
I am computer. What kind of cuddling causes someone to moan repeatedly over the course of 10 minutes? I am computer.
Nobody did that. No, that did not happen. Computer will literally be like, can you scream into the microphone? But then like, oh, actually I heard every little whisper you said in your bed. Like,
Golden Striker coffee? Oh, no, she.
Gold Striker coffee refers to the coffee that they sold during season 1. It was branded like Jason Gold Striker, and from all I've heard about it, although I've never tried it, it is extremely bitter, and I believe it was the only coffee available in the season 2 house as well.
Gold Striker coffee. Now go buy it. You want this? You want it? You want it? Come on. Come on. Go to milliondollarcaffeine.com. Go get it. Open a new tab. Go to milliondollarcaffeine.com. And if you can't spell caffeine, fucking Google it, you retard.
This entry likely refers to season 2 when they had the cell challenge and they had a bathroom set up inside the closet. And I believe Jimmy ended up using it. But it could also refer to season 1 where Frank pooped in a cup, gave it to Letty, who then went to Sylvia's room and put it in her closet. And then even more broadly, we can expand it to season 3, where during the cell challenge, Wyatt went in, and he didn't poop in the closet, but he did knock over a whole bunch of bottles of urine.
Alex, why is your gamer tag TurdCutter69? Hashtag winky face.
TurdCutter69?
No, my gamer tag is Big Bad BZK. BZK meaning
Burt, please sing Iper song. Stay.
This entry refers to Alex's claim that he was a professional CSGO player. This claim is probably slightly fabricated. He maybe played in a few very, very small tournaments. But I don't know anything about CSGO, but people found his profile, and it does seem that he was probably pretty good at the game.
Alex, regarding your Counter-Strike professional career, who did you play for?
Team Super. A team called Team Super. How did you know that? I played Cal Invite. How do you know about that? Like, I'm known, like, literally, my name is still known in gaming arenas everywhere.
This entry is pretty self-explanatory. Jimmy is very quick to fly off the handle, and I'll just play a quick little Jimmy highlight reel for this entry.
So Jimmy has a history of violence towards women.
There's a bitch. Yeah. Fight me!
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Fuck you too, bitch!
Don't fuck with me right now.
Yeah,
Don't
okay.
fuck with me right now.
Okay.
Don't you ever fucking do that shit again! Don't you ever fucking swing that hammer at me again, you stupid cunt!
Daniel is a member of production and was the plant during season 1, something that wasn't made clear in the season 1 edits. So if you didn't watch live, you might have been confused, but he was in with production and he was a plant throughout the show. He hasn't returned on Fishtank since. However, he did stream a little bit on the website, which again, we'll get into that whole saga later.
We do the shit that we want to do, you know what I'm saying? Like, we do the shit that we want to do, you know what I'm saying?
No, that's just for faggots.
Oh,
This next entry is the fallout of Alex B leaving the house. Upon leaving the house, Alex B went live on Instagram Live and was straining himself and was trying to tell the audience things that we already knew, but he thought we didn't. He was clearly very confused about the whole entire situation, and he was insistent that the cameras aren't really live and they're actually just playing whoops and all sorts of other silly nonsense like that. He would continue to go live on TikTok and Instagram, screaming at people and arguing with the fans. I can't find any archives of this footage, but from what I remember watching, he was just yelling at people saying that nobody gets paid on the show, the whole show is a scam, that Jeremy Gold is actually Sam Hyde, and how crazy that is, and that Sam Hyde is a crazy shooter, mass murderer. I wish the archives of these I could find, but I really can't locate them. This entry probably shouldn't be this far down, but Life is Mizzy was Mizzy's stupid slogan that she would use on the show. It was like her brand identity. The only interesting thing I wanted to touch on with this was that Fishtank actually bought a Life is Mizzy URL and it redirected to Fishtank. So I thought that was very funny. I can't find the clip, but Ben and Jep pretty much just came in to tell her that they bought it. It since now redirects to her YouTube channel.
Life is Mizzy.
Life is fucking Mizzy, bro.
I mentioned Dumbgay before, but he was a freeloader in Season 2, and I believe, if I'm correct, was the longest everlasting freeloader. And the name Dumbgay was just a mispronunciation of his name that chat started using because his name was a little hard to pronounce, and also because he's dumb and yay. Dumbgay was a great freeloader, though, and he stirred up a lot of drama. He would constantly talk about being black, and he really hated Trish. He was also known for his very loud and obnoxious laugh, which I believe is what started the clan Caw Clan, because his laugh sounded like a caw. I could be wrong on that, though.
Speak your own language. You're a pathetic hoe who's from a countryside and a little ass town lives in a barn. Sit down.
After this, he made a brief appearance on Season 2.5, and then returned on Bitchtank towards the end of the show, where he would pop in to give the girls bad bitch lessons.
I've never like twerked like.
Yeah. Juliana. Juliana. Hey.
The Famous House Reboot was the third act of Season 3, which didn't pan out the way people were thinking. As far as we know, the plan for doing the reboot was started all the way back during the Drunk Piece of Shit Challenge, when Alex B was disqualified for peeing on the carpets. Jet said in chat that he needs the carpets for something else, and that it's going to be good, so it's worth it. That something else turned out to be the Famous House Reboot because they couldn't damage the house too much, otherwise the new cast that were coming in would pretty much suspect that something is off. As far as the plan that was told to us, the plan was to have the remaining fish be plants, and they were supposed to vote everybody off the show and try to win the show just through that and not reveal themselves as plants. This is a strange choice, however, because a lot of people watch Fishtank for the more wild and chaotic side, and less for the reality TV show voting side. So it was unclear if they were really just supposed to play that long voting game, or if they were supposed to turn up the heat like Luke did and start trying to hassle out the other contestants, which was kind of what I thought it was going to be. But it seems that Jet wanted it to more be voting based.
Don't oversell it either. If you're like, what's your name? What's your name? If you do that bunch, then it's going to be, that even draws probably more suspicion on yourself.
We almost blew the show because we thought Mizzy knew what was going on. We got paranoid too, and we could take some notes from this next one. Confidence, okay? In reality, Mizzy really didn't know what was going on. She just knew that, Mizzy knew that there was some bullshit afoot, but
can learn from Luke, okay? Luke was our plant, and we had to pull him because he was doing too much too quickly.
So you guys didn't tell Luke to bang pans? No. He was supposed to cause disturbances eventually, but he took it upon himself to do it too soon?
Correct.
They brought in the whole new cast of contestants and brought Luke back, which was very funny. And the remaining contestants from Season 3 had to act like they've never been in the house before. This, however, quickly fell apart on the first night when it turned out that one of the people that they had brought on made clothes for children in drag, and so Sam, not agreeing with that, wanted that person to be kicked off. So he brought in the fish. He told them it was their task to get Brandon to be kicked off the shell. However, the fish had been warned to not reveal their cover too soon, and Brandon being liked in the house, it wouldn't have made sense for them to try to kick him out. They would have been easily voted out. So this put them in a bit of a predicament where Luke was the only one that stood up and tried to get Brandon out, which immediately had people turning on him. But eventually, when it came time to vote, Binx, seemingly the only one who remembered the main task, which was to try to vote out your competitors, had been slowly convincing all the girls in the house to vote for Symbol, mainly because he's creepy, and probably because he was Indian. This resulted in Symbol being kicked off the show in a vote, and as much as I hated Symbol, he was a good competitor, and seeing him get kicked off that way was a little lame.
Girls got aggressive, and they turned opinion against you.
No worries.
We didn't expect it night one, but that's what happened.
No worries.
And what G said, every step was one of the reasons that this happened.
After that, they continued amping up the pressure, much like they did during the first Famous House, but they did it much quicker this time. Just as things were getting good, and Frank Hassel was supposed to rejoin the house and hassle these horrible new contestants, the whole thing just collapsed, and randomly Vance, along with Ben, just started kicking people without explanation and leaving the house empty with only the remaining fish.
Okay. So, this isn't the immunity token. This is the elimination token. I got it mixed up. This is my bad for telling you that. But this is the elimination token. The immunity one was blue.
The whole reboot was a good plan, but I think in reality they underestimated just how horrible the new contestants were, and I still think it could have been salvaged if they just would have let the house devolve into hell once again and brought back Frank. Unfortunately, if that wasn't what happened, after kicking everybody, they did a fake ending where they said that Binx actually won the show. They loaded everybody up into an RV and drove off to Vegas for the rest of the show. The reason this all happened is, from everything I've seen, most likely some sort of zoning or permit issue that forced them to leave the house. Whatever it was, they had to leave the house for whatever reason. Jet said in the car ride that this was Sam's idea to go to Vegas and he was pushing for it instead of just ending the show. Sam would tell Luke that the reason they had to leave the house was just, it was not an option. So the most likely explanation is it was probably some sort of zoning issue that led to this collapse.
Hey, Jet. Yeah. Can I just say why we got kicked out of the house? That's probably better than making the audience think it's a joke or something. It's not a joke, it's we got kicked out of the house.
Late night slop just refers to Mizzy eating a whole bunch of food late at night during season 3. I'm not sure why I included this one, it's pretty unimportant. Schizo Vance refers to Vance's performance in the Disability Challenge during season 1. The Disability Challenge is a reoccurring challenge where everybody has to take on a different disability and act like that disability for a certain amount of time. It started in season 1. I don't believe it happened in season 2, but it definitely happened again in season 3. Vance's disability was schizophrenia, and he pretty much just did a really, really good job emulating schizophrenia, so much so that they thought he might have lost it. And the only other notable thing about this is that this was all cut from the season 1 edits, which was pretty disappointing. Next up is Xavier Ravenblood.
Why, yes!
You're gonna break that.
Xavier Ravenblood is a character played by Jan Wanowski, who was the co-founder of Kiwi Farms, and he's part of like the MBE group now. He's a really phenomenal actor, and he plays Xavier. The lore is Xavier showed up on season 2.5 and introduced himself as a strong ally against the vampires. He's apparently a 600-year-old vampire ninja who is well-versed in anime culture and karate. He played a huge role through Bloodgames, and he would return during later seasons. After Bloodgames ended, he would return on Bitchtank as Xavier Ravenblood and spend the days with the girls, and he would also return for the finale, which we'll get into later when we cover all of Bitchtank. He also played different characters on Bitchtank, which we'll also get into later. And then he would return in season 3 when they took Burt out to Shitty, and he walked Burt through one of the roleplay scenarios.
It is property of House Ravenblood, and you would do well to remember it.
Property, House Ravenblood.
I've been sitting in that camper. I've been masturbating my penis, Burt, to anime, and it's getting old. I need something better to do.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that...
So you want to bird off together?
I want to what?
There's a bird off, it's a phrase that means jerk off. Like masturbation.
Together?
Yes.
Why would I do that?
Content Queen refers to Nifty, a recurring freeloader on the show who started in season 2. She was introduced as a content queen despite her being extremely boring. That was kind of a joke. Her purpose on the show was to try to make the tank vibes go up, and she saw herself as a therapist for all the fish, when in reality, her cringe, super liberal personality, she's in a polycule, things of that nature really rubbed the edgy and the fans the wrong way in the house. And after getting into a beef with Haley and talking about a relationship she had with an underage person, which we'll get into later down the list, she ended up leaving the show. She would return in The Cell as one of the contestants during the Cell podcast challenge before being kicked for pretty much the same reason, just being annoying and just being a constant drain on the show. And despite all this, she returned for season 3. She pretty much did the same thing she always does, which is just hang around the house or do things that really irritate me, like vacuuming right outside a room when huge events are going on. She really is the content queen. Other than this, she kind of serves as a punching bag a lot of times, where Ben and Jet will just pretty much torture her every chance they get, especially with the stuff they did while she was sleeping. She would often complain about needing her sleep, and so Ben and Jet would almost never let her get a good night's rest. We'll get into more of this sleep experiment stuff later down on the list.
What it is, you nifty, my nigga nifty, my nigga nifty, M.I.P. You gotta fall in. No Steve in your heart, you gotta fall in.
Beef Bell probably shouldn't be this far down, but it's another game mechanic that occurred in Season 2 and then didn't make a return, even though I think it was one of the better game mechanics that we've seen. The Beef Bell is pretty much you would ring the bell and you would beef with another contestant, and production would choose what challenge you would have to do, and the loser would have to sleep in the doghouse. This drove a huge amount of content on Season 2, and it helped players to strategize to try to get somebody into the doghouse and then do things to them while they can't fight back, such as when they tried to get Jimmy in the doghouse and smash his phone, which we all know how that went. But the Beef Bill really just was a great way to air out beefs on the show.
Feels like an emotional attachment to that girl.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm very sorry. I just wanted to apologize. I found out it wasn't you who put myself in the out-of-bounds zone. It was Ty. Thank you, Princess.
I'm ringing the bell.
The Hassel meter refers to that in Season 1, they keys the introduction of Frank Hassel, and you had to fill up the meter. I believe it was through KeyKS or through subscriptions. I'm not sure, but it was some metric to fill up the meter, and the meter was filled up very, very quickly, I believe. And so that was what led to Frank being introduced in Season 1. Wake Up Filthy is a music producer and a DJ, and he's produced a lot of songs you've probably heard, and you probably would recognize his producer tag.
Wake Up Filthy.
And it just turns out that he's a huge Fishtank fan, and he made an appearance on Season 3, and since then hangs out with Airsoft Fatty and Burt. King Cole is a Season 2 bit where they were gassing up Cole because he was a trust fund kid, so they thought it would be funny to play into that by giving him special treatment and giving him an Xbox. That's pretty much it for this entry. In a similar way, the We Want Him Back is kind of tied into this. After Cole left, they said Cole wasn't kicked, we want him back, which is a joke, he was kicked. But this would then be used for multiple other instances. I remember multiple times it being said in Season 3. I think when Alex and Connor left, they might have said Alex wasn't kicked, we want him back. It's just an inside joke.
Connor, in this industry, not touch a woman. You always have to ask them for their consent. It is very important. When you touch them, kiss them, peck them, anything, you always need to ask them for their consent. This is the rule, #1 rule of the industry. Ask them for their consent before you touch them. Every time, and not even for the camera, but every time I do a scene with a woman and they ask me to touch a woman, and then there's one, oh wait, she's not here. Smack. My first first scene with a woman was with Smack, and I had to touch her by the shoulder, and I asked for my consent.
Symbol Don't Touch refers to a Season 3 bit where Symbol would be really touchy with the women, and TTS would constantly tell him, Symbol, no touch.
Where are you guys finding homeless people to be freeloaders, and how are you pitching this to them?
That was actually really difficult because I think you know how you know those those Jordan Peele movies, or what is it? Jordan Peele that makes the movies?
Yeah, like Get Out, whatever.
Get Out, yeah. And there's one. Is there one where it's like all the rich people are eating people?
That's like Get Out, I think.
Is that what they do in Get Out? I think the average if you really ask the average black person on the street what they're thinking, it would be this. They'd be thinking this. These white people trying to kill me!
Sam said this line in an interview after Season 1, and then it would make a recurring joke where they got Dumbgay to say it on Season 2, and eventually Ron to say it on Season 3.
These white people trying to kill me.
Shout it, yell it.
These white people trying to kill me.
It's for real. These white people are trying to kill me. And just say it into that camera.
No, because I don't want to sound racist. But if all I see is white men and I get killed, I don't care if they forgive me or not.
Please say it.
These white men are trying to kill me.
And I almost forgot Burt also said it.
These white people are trying to kill me!
One more time, louder.
These white people are trying to kill me!
You do it while running around the room, please.
These white people are trying to kill me!
Here we go. One more time, come back. Come on.
These white people are trying to kill me!
There we go. Okay, cool.
This entry likely refers to the amount of Pornstars that have been on the show. Just to name a few, Shinji from Season 2, Burt from Season 3, in addition to Betty from Season 1, and I believe Creature from Season 2.5. There's probably some others that have started OnlyFans careers after the show or during the show, but that's all this entry pretty much refers to. Brendan Buckingham is a YouTuber who made an appearance on the first season of Fishtank. He spent a little time in the house, and he was the one that brought the prostitute for Chris.
Alright, you got my lighter? It was good. You look like this in jail. It's good, right? You just had this fisherman's life here. I can still feel, wow, this is people will do anything.
Starting off the fourth tier, we have Bitchtank and the Cell.
Are you guys ready for the experiment of a lifetime? 4 bitches. How many bitches do we have?
4 bitches tonight.
We have 4 bitches. We're gonna have more bitches.
Before we get into Bitchtank, we have to rewind a bit till the end of Season 2.5. When Season 2.5 is coming to a close, they opened up a camera in the famous house and titled it The Cell. The room was full of a whole bunch of wood chips and things of that nature, and it was initially inhabited by Oddbod. Oddbod is a super fan from Britain who was just really big into the show and would constantly spam chat and TTS requests to let him on the show, and he would relentlessly email Jet to the point where it got endearing, and they actually decided to bring him on for Season 2.5. In a similar vein, another Fishtank fan, Cryokeen, was also brought into the Cell. Cryokeen ran a clip channel and was a Fishtank orbiter who again just really wanted to be on the shell. This was all in an effort to mess with Taylor because Cryokeen had been saying some really gross stuff about her online, I think maybe on 4chan. Just gross things commenting about her and how much he liked her. Oddbod and Cryo would stay in the Cell until Kaylee got Cryo to leave by shooting him with an airsoft gun.
I didn't sign a contract, by the way.
Oh.
At all.
Oh.
So if I leave, like, I don't know if they're gonna pay for my flight home.
Oh, shit.
It's a little shocking.
Damn.
I'm sorry for being mean to you.
I would love to grow up Taylor's breasts. Cryokeen, why did you say this? Tell Taylor now.
What did they say I said?
You'd love to grow up my breasts.
I don't think I said that.
No.
Jesus Christ.
I don't put up with sick fucks. You said you see everything of me on the bathroom cam and all this, like you probably haven't seen.
I read every Fishtank live thread.
Just get the fuck out.
On 4chan.
Just get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out. You know what they say on 4chan. You know what they say about me on 4chan. Because I know what they say. I've seen it, you sick fuck. Get the fuck out of here before I do something that you will not be happy about.
What do you think, man? I'm not getting involved in this.
He's cool. I don't even have a problem with him.
Alright, I mean, if you're gonna beat
You're
the
the
shit out of
problem.
me, I guess I'll go. Well, it was a pleasure, man. I really, like, they told me that I was gonna be safe from her. Production assured me that I was gonna be safe from her. She thinks
We're so close to a Taylor redemption arc. Imagine if you had just accepted Xavier.
He's freaking out.
And Oddbod, staying in the Cell longer than Cryo, ended up becoming part of the shell. After that, the camera in this room would remain on, even past the end of Season 2.5, where Oddbod, along with Jimmy and some other people, would just casually hang out in it. During this time, people would come in and out of the room. Oddbod, I believe, met his girlfriend that he's still dating to this day in the room, and eventually this would all become more structured with the start of the Cell Podcast Challenge. The room would be cleaned up and redone, and then while they waited for the start of the Cell Podcast Challenge, Oddbod would continue to hang out in the room and just talk to chat, and eventually the Cell Podcast Challenge began. The challenge had 3 competitors, Zoltar, Nifty, and Spencer, and the 3 of them pretty much just did the typical Cell Challenge stuff. Nifty was kicked for being annoying, Spencer ended up walking out night 1, thinking that it got boring, and so Zoltar was the technical winner.
Zoltar, I respect the hell out of you, man. This is a winner. What up, people? Apparently I won.
He ended up staying a little bit afterwards just to hang out, and after he had to leave, the podcast challenge continued with more just Dave, Letty, and Oddbod, who just took over their roles and hung out in the Cell. Dave was a homeless man that entered the Cell, I think, on day 2, right before Nifty got kicked. And he quickly became massively beloved by the Fishtank community as he's just a really wholesome and nice guy, and also because on night 1, he ended up taking off all his clothes.
Oh yeah, let's do it, baby.
Yo, he's like straight up whipping out his shit.
Dave did that just because a TTS told him to, but he was just a really nice guy, very funny. He would have his signature catchphrase of awesome sauce, hak tua, and Dave would remain in the cell all the way through Bitchtank. And that brings us to Bitchtank.
In this tank, in Bitchtank. In the Bitchtank.
After 5 days of the cell challenge, Bitchtank started in a different room. The cell would continue going and operated kind of as like a secondary room to Bitchtank, where some of the girls could get sent to the room, and it would operate all the way until the end of Bitchtank. Bitchtank was pretty much just fishtank, but one room, and it was an all-female cast. The cast included Abby from Season 2, Claire, Haley, and Shoddy. The 4 of them would compete in different challenges and would have multiple different freeloaders coming in and out. Claire would win immunity on one of the first challenges, but then ultimately get it taken away from her after testing production. Soon after that, Abby would quit because she was just over the show. That left Claire, Haley, and Shoddy to duke it out. Haley was extremely hated by almost everybody, especially Claire and Shoddy, and they would fight constantly. The amount of fights on Bitchtank was staggering. On the very first night, Shoddy and Haley actually fist fought because Shoddy had felt that Haley was disrespecting her and Abby.
To Shoddy! What?
that shit in her
Must love
face.
fat bitches, huh? Must love them bitches.
Chill. Okay. Oh, easy. Stop. Actually fight. It's too soon for all that. Nope. Stop. Both of you stop. Stop.
The show would continue until another elimination challenge where they had a COD elimination challenge with quick scoping. Haley ultimately lost, which got everybody extremely excited as she was so hated. However, one of the freeloaders, Kato, ended up taking her place and kept her in the show. After that, they engaged in a few more challenges that Claire ultimately won, again giving her an advantage in the next elimination challenge, which was a rose challenge, where they had to gather the most roses. Despite her advantage in this challenge, Claire ended up losing and going home, leaving Shoddy and Haley to duke it out in the finale, where they went back and forth in a scientist lab-inspired finale, where ultimately through her determination to win the show and her lack of humanity, Haley ended up taking the win. As the final challenge was to shock Xavier when told to, and Xavier was acting like he was really getting hurt, and Haley, who was extremely gullible, continued shocking him even to when she thought he might have died. That was how much she wanted to win, and she ended up getting it. If you want to watch the full series, I have a full recap on my page. But right now, I'll play the finale, and just for more context, she mentions Claire showing her panties. That's just because for one of the challenges, in order to earn immunity, she had to clean up the cell, and she ended up having to show her panties to Dave because Dave requested it. There's a whole bunch of drama around that, and then it was even worse because she ended up losing immunity. I think the series is worth a watch, but of course I'm biased, so.
Shoddy, you had 2 points. Great competitor, high five, kick ass. Haley, you had 4 points.
No way,
Okay?
No fucking way. Eat shit, you ugly fat pig, and eat shit, you piece of shit. Neither of y'all have half the heart or personality I do. Fuck y'all. I hope your life's fucking ruined after this, and I hope y'all hate yourselves. Did I really wish?
You won, yeah.
I hate you both so much. Y'all have the lowest character of any person I've ever met, and I would never fuck with either of y'all outside of here. I genuinely have so much animosity towards both of you. You do porn, and you showed your panties for fun, and I hope it was worth it. Fuck y'all. Eat shit and die. Fuck y'all. Haley gang! Haley gang! Haley gang! Haley gang! Woo!
This just refers to a joke that they told the contestants that Ted broke his wrist when they had to kick him off. They had to kick Ted off because he was actually a fan of the show, or at least knew a lot about the show. He revealed this by accidentally calling computer PPS, and some other stuff we'll get into later on in the list. So when they kicked him off, they told everybody that he broke his wrist. The only other interesting thing about this is, if I remember correctly, Ted posted on his Instagram or something and actually did break his wrist. I don't know, in the past or recently. I don't remember, but something like that. TJ Eliminated referred to the weird thing around TJ where he got hurt. He injured his rib. I forgot how. So they took his name off of the site, and people had thought that he had been kicked off. but eventually they brought him back in a coffin. In reality, he just had to leave the house to go to the hospital to get checked out, and was never actually eliminated, as we know. So after Summer got kicked off the show, she had a whole bunch of voice messages that she left on Jet's phone. I'm going to play a highlight reel of some of these, but the full thing is definitely worth a listen, and I'll link it in the description. Pretty much, Summer believed that production was working with the police and the local mental hospital, and they were trying to trick her, trying to attack her or something. She also believed that some of the men were trying to grope her when she went to the hospital, and that bad stuff was going on in the basement, all sorts of crazy nonsense conspiracies, and she was leaving all these messages on Jet's phone, who she was also simultaneously kind of in love with, but pretty much it's all just the ramblings of a severely mentally ill individual.
Hey Jet, it's Summer. I owe you and Sam a huge, huge apology. I'm still at hospital if you guys want to come visit me, but I want to retract my statement. I think I was very, very confused. Basically, I changed my mind, and I'm so sorry that I accused you guys of doing something to me. I was just so confused, but, you know, if you want to come visit me and talk more, you're more than welcome to. I'm still at hospital, but hey, thanks for not picking up. Please don't pick up any of my calls no matter what I say. Maybe a reason you don't want me to come back on the show is because you think I'm not stable enough. I can promise you that I feel the most stable that I've ever felt in my entire life right now. Okay, so this is going to be the last message I leave today. But please listen a few times if you have to. In a perfect world, if I could have whatever I wanted, I would come back to the show. I was the happiest I've ever been in my life on this show. I know you can't believe me, but listen to my messages. All of the staff, all of you listen to them. Do I sound like someone who's insane? Listen. This doesn't make sense. Why isn't one of your guys here? If I'm in a crisis, like you're trying to convince me, why wouldn't you come? Just come. Please. I still haven't called anyone else that I want to, but I'm scared. I know you don't believe me. Whatever. I don't care. One of you needs to come to hospital and talk to me. Are you going to show up? Or are you going to let me tell someone? I don't want to tell someone. It's 10:36. I first called you, what? How long have I been doing this? It doesn't make sense. Please. I love you guys. Especially you, Jet. I love you. Take that how you will. Hey, Jet Neptune. This is Summer Pelkey from Fishtank. I just wanted to call and apologize, not only to you, but to sincerely apologize to Jason Goldstriker. I am a narcissist, and I was having a severe lack of sleep. I only slept 6 hours. I was scared, hallucinating, sleepless, and I lashed out on the people that deserved it the least.
What she's referring to here is that after she left the show, I think she probably blew up at them in the basement because she didn't want to leave the show. And then she was pretty much had to be institutionalized after this. And I think she got into a fight with the people at the hospital and was like, you know, not letting them take her in.
There's no one I love most in the world than you and your team. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I'm sorry I betrayed you guys when I wasn't feeling well. I have two things to say. Number one, every time that you don't answer me, the less I believe you, the less I trust you. Number two, you realize you taught me all of this yourself, right? Do you think I wasn't listening when I was playing the game? You guys all taught me how to do this. I don't understand why you're upset now. The entire game you were teaching me. Please pick up next time I call you, please. To all of you, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please delete all my voicemails. It's okay if you can never talk to me again, but I hope you guys know I love you.
There's 40 more minutes of this, of just her calling them and oscillating back and forth between loving them, but also that they're working with the hospital and local police to try to gaslight her. So give it all a listen. It is pretty interesting. Next up, we have Alex B's arrest.
Oh, yeah.
Think he has a warrant?
This entry refers to Alex's very long criminal history that was found by somebody, I'm not too sure who, but he has a pretty long rap sheet. He was arrested in 2017, and some of his crimes include burglary, check fraud, resisting arrest, assault on a police officer, evading police, criminal mischief, receiving stolen property, an unlawful transaction with a minor, which this sounds bad, but it's most likely him selling drugs to somebody underage. But it's pretty clear Alex is very white trash, despite him claiming to be rich, so it's not too surprising this guy has a long rap sheet. Additionally, he was a drug addict for a long period of his life, so. Next up, we have Porta Potty. I'm not too sure why this is on the list. I probably should have taken it off, but I think this only refers to the Porta Potty from Season 3, where when they were going to reveal the whole Famous House reboot thing, they put a clue for Binx in the Porta Potty, which Jeff ended up finding instead, and then she had to get it back from him. But that's really all I could find on this, unless I'm missing something.
You know. Hi, Alex. Wild Randy here. You seem scared, but I assure you, I just want to love you.
So
you guys like love me, bitch.
Probably should have put this one a bit farther up, but I'm just going to go through it. So we covered Wild Randy originated in Season 2.5. It was Alex Stein's character, and prior to Alex Stein showing up on the show, they kept saying Wild Randy is coming and putting up posters around the camp, so it kind of became a joke.
Wild Randy, Wild Randy.
Then during Season 3, when they finally revealed the whole Famous House thing was a sham and they're on Fishtank, they let TTS go wild, and somebody decided to start messaging Alex as Wild Randy. And they would make really sexual remarks, talk about coming for his monkeys or coming for him. And this went on pretty much all night until Alex was freaking out so much that Ben had to come up and tell them that they banned the Wild Randy account.
Alex, I can't say in the comments, man. You won't stop. I just muted Wild Randy's account for the next 24 hours, okay? It's cool.
I've been put in a lot of weird situations. I've been in, man, and it won't stop.
It's cool. I muted Wild Randy for 24 hours, okay?
Thank you, but I'm not playing like that's not acting. I'm not. That's
I know, bro. I know. It's all good. Wild Randy is going to be quiet for the rest of the night.
Through the next couple days, the Wild Randy TPSs would keep coming and Alex would keep freaking out about them. And this all led to them having Frank come on the show as Wild Randy. And Frank acted like Wild Randy was this crazy Alex B super fan that follows him room to room and is obsessed with him.
Wild Randy, I will choke.
Burt Clan supports mass deportation symbol now. Deportation now. Sticker mule vertical bar. Vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar. Deportation now, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar.
Yeah, I mean, I've sent a lot of TTS. I've like sent roses and like plushies and stuff.
What was your name?
You know.
I don't.
You do.
No, I don't.
You know my name.
Say it.
I'm the biggest Alex fan.
Are you Wild Randy? Is this the whole kick for this? Was this his whole suspense?
Say my name, Alex.
Wild Randy, is that it? Because I've been told many
Say it.
times there's no Wild Randy.
Say it.
Are you Wild Randy?
Yeah. I'm gonna fuck those monkeys.
No, you're not. You don't want to come looking for
I'm gonna fuck all three.
You could possibly do all three. I don't have three, bro.
Well, you have the big fat monkey,
Bruh,
and you have the two little monkeys.
No, I don't have no big fat monkey. The thing
She
is,
just left.
my tiger.
This one is just silly. It's a Season 1 joke that they thought that Josie was trans, and people would make a lot of jokes about it on the TPS. Pretty much every season there's been a woman that people claim is trans. And on Season 3, there was a whole bunch of conspiracy about whether or not Peyton was trans.
Teeth.
What the fuck? Yo, what the actual fuck?
Exploit.
This entry refers to the different personas that Burt had during Season 3, and there's a whole bunch of different ones that we can go into. I believe the first different Burt form came when he went Dark Burt mode, which just pretty much meant he would go mask off and be mean to people.
Yeah, yes or no? Dark Burt is risen. Bow down and fear.
Game on, bitch.
There were some other jokes where there's different variations, like Darker Burt or Super Dark Burt. There's stuff like that. But the second form would be the Creepy Burt, which is when he plays the rapist serial killer character that he wants to play for some reason.
Tell us how bad you want to fuck Jeff. Tell us every disgusting detail you do to him. Don't worry, he won't find out.
Oh, Jeff, like to bend his sweet little ass over. Open that tight little hole and shove my man-meat deep inside.
After that, we would see Bass the Burt, which is just him wearing the MAGA hat and saying the N-word and talking like a gangster.
Alright, computer crew, hit me up with some updates. What's going on? What does Base Spirit need to know?
And then there was also Golden Burt, which was Burt, but choosing kindness instead of hatred. The antithesis to Dark Burt. I might be forgetting a different form, but those are pretty much the general ones.
Can I explain Beaver Street? It's this little, cold, funky-ass street. They just live for drama, and they have huge guns, so they can't shoot.
Can you tell Dumbgay to stop flexing on those hard-body niggas out of fucking Detroit? Yeah. That Beaver Street shit, I don't want any type of smoke from those crazy niggas.
Yeah. I don't know why he keeps, like, throwing up gang signs and shit. Like, he's not like that.
Fishtank wants no type of smoke from Beaver Street hard-body niggas, bro. Because those are crazy motherfuckers, bro.
Beaver Street refers to a fictional Detroit street gang that was spammed on TTS during Dumbgay's time in the tank during Season 2. The backstory on it is that Dumbgay is from Jacksonville, and apparently there is an actual Beaver Street in that more gang-affiliated areas of Jacksonville, and I believe, according to this user on Reddit, that Dumbgay mentioned it first, saying something about Jacksonville, Florida, and Beaver Street. But then after that, people started TPSing that they were from Beaver Street in Detroit, mainly because he was talking trash on Detroit and Michigan due to TJ and Brian. So when PTS would say that, Dumbgay would do his typical thing where he would fight back and tell them they ain't shit. And so from that moment on, there was an ongoing war between the Beaver Street boys and Dumbgay.
Beaver Street niggas were watching you this morning, but you were too
Bitch.
and got caught lacking.
Fuck
Stay
you,
slick,
bitch.
dumbass.
Fuck Beaver Street, bitch. Come meet me in the Gunshine State when I leave here, bitch.
It's gonna get active when you touch down in Florida, nigga.
Yeah,
we got
fine,
Beaver
man.
Street hitters waiting.
Beaver Street thug niggas pulling up and wetting up Dumbgay and Mr. Beast. Hey, Beast. You scared of Draco's nigga?
No response.
It's on the wall back here. So they,
Oh, I haven't seen that.
yeah, they snuck in here.
No. Them Beaver Street boys make this in 1 minute.
This was only an abusive
Beaver Street boys. Cash App shit, bro.
The Beaver Street boys would make a reappearance during The Cell when the rapper Script, who was pretty much just a homeless guy, went into the cell and started talking about how much he hates gay people. And so Beaver Street boys got on him pretty quick for talking trash, and he freaked out and actually ended up leaving the cell because of Beaver Street. And he said he was leaving the cell to go to Beaver Street.
A blowjob in 2016.
Oh my god,
Vance
I'm
taking
about to
Script in
fucking stick you,
2018.
bro.
Duanye getting head by Script next.
I'm about to
Facts.
fucking stick you,
Damn.
bro. I swear to God. Say some dumb shit one more time, I'll come out there and hit you.
Gay nigga.
Nigga.
Have you ever had a porn
I've never been gay. I took a nigga off a track for being gay and talking shit like he was a pimp. Did you not listen to my raps, pussy?
Script! When I see you, I'm gonna tickle you, nigga! Stick my penis in you, nigga! Vertical bar, vertical
I'm
bar,
leaving the
vertical bar,
fucking
vertical
cell.
bar,
Hey,
vertical bar,
hey,
vertical bar!
hey, I'm leaving the cell. I'm leaving the cell. Hey!
Vertical bar,
Hey!
vertical bar,
I'm
vertical bar,
leaving the
vertical
cell.
bar, vertical bar!
I'm leaving the
Fuck
cell.
you, nigga!
Fuck
Vertical
you.
bar!
Fuck you. I'm leaving the cell. I want to Beaver Street. Pussy, let's go.
Where you going?
I'm leaving the cell. I want to go to Beaver Street. Let's go.
He's going to Beaver Street.
After that, I'm fairly certain that when Dumbgay went into Bitchtank, there was a couple Beaver Street TPS, but I can't find them right now.
Chicago, I've been out all them streets. I've been out in Florida. Beaver Street motherfuckers, where you at? Can we get a shout out to Beaver Street niggas? Beaver Street niggas, where you at? Beaver Street. I've been on that Beaver Street. I got Beaver Street on my back.
Next up, we have the Dave Cave. So we talked about Dave. He was the one with the homeless freeloaders from Bitchtank in the cell, and he occupied the cell for almost the entirety of Bitchtank. After the panties incident with Claire, Dave decided to take a little hiatus from the show to go visit his family, and then while he was gone, they revamped the whole cell into the Dave Cave. The Dave Cave had a mini fridge and some LEB boobs and everything that Dave could want. Unfortunately, Dave only got one night of use out of the Dave Cave because he soon left the show after having his criminal history be brought up, as he had an arson charge, and also just because the show had generally taken more of a darker turn.
You know, like, work. Oh, are you okay?
Yep.
Oh my god, you're good. Your extra glasses.
Next up, we have Burt is an actor. This was a conspiracy theory that was floating around some of the community when Burt was on the show. A lot of people believed he was way too good to be true because he was just so funny that he must be acting. I do not think Burt was acting, but however, after Burt left the tank, he did confirm and say that he was playing up a lot of the stuff he was doing and exaggerating his personality, and that a lot of the stuff he was saying was quotes from Mean Girls, and so he was just acting and joking. I think it's true that he maybe played it up a little bit, but I don't think he was a full-blown actor. You can't fake being this good.
Are you the performance you're doing right now. Excuse me?
Are you a method actor?
No. I mean, this is my natural personality.
2,000 years ago, he would be a king. He is a king.
In addition to this, Burt claimed that he was method acting during Famous House 2, which was funny. He acted like he actually mind-wiped himself and had forgotten the events of Fishtank.
Wait, what is going on?
And if we take the entry very literally, Burt is actually an actor and has an acting reel that you can watch on YouTube.
I'm sorry, I was in the hospital and...
I'm sorry. That's for fucking excuses? Do you have any idea what your brain-dead ass could have cost us? I was almost late to closing one of the biggest deals this company, my company, has ever made. If I wasn't so fucking good at what I do, we would have been completely fucked.
So I'm squeezing, right? And there.
Good job. He's been fantasizing about this for quite
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
This is
Like
actually
this?
why he paid to be here.
Yeah. Shame it's not allowed to be. Hold on.
Creature was a character from season 2.5 Bloodgames. Initially, she would just follow Sam around and not say anything, kind of like she was his mute concubine. But then she started playing a more active role towards the Tower series that I mentioned before. After the show, she would gain a little following and do some streaming, and she goes by Void X-Way on Instagram and probably everything else. CK refers to Brian's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend that they brought on the show in season 2 around Christmas time to mess with him. She had a short stint on the show before leaving, and Brian had to make the choice between staying or leaving, and so she left and he stayed. Other than that, outside of the tank, she's very active on Twitter. Right now, she's begging for Jet's attention and wanting to sleep with him, and notably when Stream Stars was going on, again, we'll cover that later, she got kicked off of that for doing whippets on stream.
Don't do fucking duster on stream. Don't do fucking duster on stream. Don't do fucking duster on stream. Don't do fucking duster.
And I believe she was homeless or living out of her car for a while. This is really going based on just rumor and what I've heard. Apparently Slugwax, a big fish tank orbiter, we'll go through some of those grouped in a little bit, somehow led to her being homeless. I've only seen this thrown around, but I don't know how true it is. But I know that after the tank, she was homeless for a little bit. And as you can see by the state of her room, it doesn't seem she's doing too great post-fish tank. Lubecooch refers to TJ's letterbox handle during season 2. TJ is a big movie guy, and he somehow revealed that his letterbox handle was Lubecooch. And through that, somebody else found an account with the same name on the website Rule 34. Rule 34 is just pretty much a pornography website. And so on that website, this Lubecooch was commenting and liking horse pornography and some sort of father-daughter roleplay type pornography. This is what Jimmy was referring to when he came back and he was yelling that TJ likes horses and fucking his daughters. It was because he had been told about this connection. Frank would hassle TJ about this, saying that he definitely is the Lubecooch, even though from everything I've seen and from some of the details about it, the name isn't that unique and it's probably more likely it was just someone with a similar name. This is just rumor, but I've heard that the account was active during Fish Tank Season 2. Meaning it couldn't have been TJ.
You're the poor guy from now on, TJ. Or Lubecooch.
I guess that's what people think I am.
But if you're not, then why are you just accepting it? Like, that's the
He's like, so you're saying that you are. Or you saying you just said that you are.
Like, you're accepting it.
You said, I guess I am. So are you?
Yeah.
Say it. Say I'm Lubecooch, the weird porn guy. Say it. Say it.
I'm not going to say it.
Say it. That's you.
No, I'm
That's
not.
you, bitch.
No, I'm not.
You're a pussy.
No, I'm not.
You're a coward.
No.
You beat up a retarded guy. Do you feel good?
TJ.
You feel like a big man?
Hi. If you talk about NFTs on YouTube, they will troll you in the comments and they will spam the dislike button because on YouTube, everyone hates money.
We get it completely, guys. NFTs suck. Joey, pull up VFriends. Here's the big question. How do you make ethical, green NFTs that don't suck and that people want.
Mondo Megabits was an NFP project that was launched kind of through Fishtank. You'll see commercials of it in the Season 1 edits. It was pretty much little trading cards, and from all I've seen, the project was probably well done, but I think it ended up just plummeting in value, similar to other NFTs around the time. But that's about it for this century.
Still images are boring. Everybody knows that, Joey. Let's animate them. Let's make sure all of them are beautifully animated, Pixar style. Let's make sure that deaf people around the world stay hating, stay jealous.
Shifty Nifty the pedo is referring to Nifty's engagement with a minor. She had a relationship with a 16-year-old when she was 19. And although the age gap is pretty gross, what really sold it was her kind of soft defense of pedophilia that she then ran. This really irritated people during Season 2 and kind of what led to them trying to kick her out. And the exact term Shifty Nifty the pedo comes from the faked check that Kaylee had to write, giving Nifty the grand prize, and so she crossed out the word nifty and rewrote Shifty Nifty to pedo, and the prize was for 50,000 children. After that, she would again tell the story about her underage boyfriend on the cell, and Letty would question her about it, and once again, she would give a pretty soft defense, saying that we need to accept pedophiles into our society and make them feel accepted and give them therapy. Just silly stuff like that.
Everybody can be. Well, you dated a 16-year-old, but were you actually 19, or does the story keep changing?
Shame you left yesterday.
You know, he was an underclassman and I was more of an upperclassman, but we did go to the same school together. So you're not a pedophile yourself. You just want to provide a safe space for them to eat at your table. I don't want them eating at my table. I just think that they deserve a safe space to be heard.
You did find out, and then, well, I haven't heard from my allies.
We love you, Jimmy.
That's not true. I'll let stuff from your allies through. But while we were cracking the code, we stopped your allies.
Oh yeah, I know that much.
During Season 2, it was found that Jimmy was hiding a book, and inside that book was a list of TTS codes where he could communicate with people from the outside and they could tell him stuff to do. In addition, the book had different bits that he was supposed to do and other challenges like that. The judge found this out and read out the codes and deciphered what was going on, and they started blocking the codes from his friends. Pretty much they were a little nervous that he had some sort of horrible plan for the show to do something really messed up, but it wasn't like that. It was more just silly pranks that they had planned. These friends were part of a Discord group that Jimmy was a part of and were actually the people that got him onto the show. They sent him the ad for it and they wanted to get him on because they thought he would be funny on the show. That's where the name Mephisto comes from. That's one of the guys who would send TTS and one of the people in this group. The other interesting thing that I don't see brought up enough is that after this was discovered, Chris Lynch investigated the handlers behind Jimmy on a Twitter live space, and they kind of explain the whole entire situation.
Jimmy, can you talk about how you had like a team of handlers who were like planning for you to get on the show like before Fishtank started? Can you talk about that?
I never had like a team of handlers, really. It's just more like we were all part of the same fan group. I made onto the show, they didn't. Okay, LOL. So since I found you, the Craigslist ad, can you do some of this stuff for me? And I explained to him, hey, some of this is too extreme, but I got you.
Did they help?
So some of it I ran with.
They helped you find the Craigslist ad?
Goon here found the Craigslist ad. He's Mephisto. And so it's like, I fucking owed him for finding the ad.
You didn't owe me anything. And the fact that we even made the manifesto was just a funny little fucking thing we did, just because we thought it was stupid. And honestly, the whole thing was for you to go on and be yourself.
I read
it.
So
It was. We literally wrote that in like an hour.
Wait. Deliberate, calculated plan to that. I know that.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
What do you think it was?
Doing like my own shit, and then them just saying like, LOL, try to incorporate this shit.
You had a whole team of people who already knew about Fishtank, and it was calculated.
The team of people. Who was the team? Like 3 people. I was out on leave from work. I just had way too much time on my hands. There really isn't much more to it than that. Like that was pretty much it. The guy wanted to get on Fishtank. I thought he was just crazy enough that it might work. and it did. And we really didn't plan much beyond that.
Are you friends of Jimmy, or was this something that are you internet people that just reached out to Jimmy?
Jimmy was in our group for a few years now. One of the things on the manifesto that's probably confusing to everyone is we wanted him to shout out Ayana De Simone, who was his in real life friend who brought him into the group. And she passed away last year. So that was one of the codes. There was like 3 of us, right, that wrote the bits. And Goon did all of the handling, right, of keeping in contact with Jimmy. We kept that to a lower end because Jimmy wasn't the most active poster in the group, but the group was an MDE group. We're literal super fans. We follow him. We just listen to everything he puts out. I bought his book that he bought a bicycle with, you know, like I'm a fan.
We had like a group chat, and honestly, they just like, they were all like, I don't know, they were all kind of annoying a little bit, and Jimmy just kind of stood out.
Are you friends with Jimmy, or are you just kind of like, was it like a thing like, oh, here's Jimmy, and we're gonna like send him out to Fishtank?
Jimmy knew all those other guys.
Are you okay? So
yeah,
I hung out with that one friend of mine who I introduced to you guys. Like, he was the one who like told me like, oh yeah, so I'm surprised you've never heard of like $1 Million Streamer, like watched his show. And it's like, huh, I never knew Sam had a show until then. I just thought he was like an internet guy who had like World Peace, but I didn't know that MDE was like a lot older than World Peace.
Guy Heaven isn't even really an MDE group. I mean, it's split off from an MDE group, but it was like,
hey, can I ask something
that
real
were
quick?
trying to like monetize it and be weird. So like just a bunch of the shit posters left, and we made our own group and we just make memes.
I've met Jimmy, and he's a great guy. And I'm just saying to Jimmy, Chris to Jimmy, I'm just saying, be very cautious of people who try to either talk to you in group chats and try to create a community, whatever.
Yeah.
Be very cautious of all of that, because it's not real. It's the internet. Unless you meet somebody in real life and you actually do work with them, or make plans with them, be very cautious, because this is the internet, and this is the MDE sphere, and this is the internet, and it's just, be very cautious of that.
For the rest of the confrontation, you can check it out on Chemical's channel. Everything will be linked in the description.
Got me feeling Are you not excited for this?
Beaver Street, let the GDS in the door.
Bitch, you ain't gonna do nothing to me, bitch.
Fish B&B is a fish toy available on the website where you can pay to spend a night inside the fish tank house. This started in Season 2, and they had one person come on to kind of promote their OnlyFans. I believe she didn't even make it the full 24 hours. She either left or they kicked her off because of the whole OnlyFans thing. But they claim that she paid $25,000 to be on the show, although I don't know how true that actually is.
You are the very first resident of the house who's here by way of Fish B&B. How does it feel spending $25,000 to stay in the fish tank?
Hi.
But for Season 3, the fish toy returned, and it's still on the website. The cost of it right now is $1,250. And similarly, there's something called Finge for $600, where you can have a dinner with one of the contestants. For Season 3, as far as I know, neither one of these happened. But we'll see if somebody eventually takes them up on the offer for Season 4.
Break it on white tape.
Great choice.
Voting was a controversial aspect of Season 3, where they used voting to kick off multiple people. And for all the votes that they did during Season 3, none of them were rigged. A lot of people expected them to at least rig some of the votes. This is controversial because a lot of people think Fish Tank should be mainly people walking off on their own volition, and when people have to play a popularity game like voting, it results in them having to walk on eggshells and not doing typical Fish Tank stuff like trying to get people to leave, because then you'll just get voted out. Jet, for some reason, seemed to like the voting mechanic, and he said during the RV trip that he thinks it's important to the show, and it seems he likes the strategy aspect of it. However, after that, on Twitter, he said that voting is a little messed up how they ran it, and it definitely needs to be fixed. So it seems he changed his mind on the whole thing, and maybe for Season 4, we'll see a different system, or something that allows the fish to do fish tank stuff without fearing being kicked off because of a popularity contest.
And he doesn't like give you a nice little present of that shit. I mean, baby.
I wish I had this sweet little bitch in my prison when I was a prisoner in that outfit. We could have had lots of fun that night.
I don't know, dude. He looked like a real, prisoner drug addict motherfucker.
The prison bit was an experiment that they ran on season 3 that kind of just fell apart randomly. It was a little poorly thought out. It was a play on the prisoner experiment that was ran in a college where it tested if you put people in the social roles of being prisoner and someone who's in charge of them, like a warden, that the wardens will naturally become more aggressive or see the prisoners as less than human. And that was the experiment, but they tried to recreate this on the show, but the rules were pretty vague, and nobody really understood what the goal was. The prisoners just kind of hung out in the yard, and that was it. Jet said that the prisoners were able to, break out, but it didn't really make sense how, and they had to try to give the prisoners tasks to do, but the tasks that they were coming up with were just terrible. So the whole bit kind of fell apart because it didn't really make sense. And so when the chat was spamming shut it down, Jet decided to run a poll if they should just end the show right then, right there, and of course the poll said yes. And so they ended the show for a little bit, and then they turned the show back on after about an hour, and it was just Jet and Ben watching Tombstone, and then it cut back to the house, and the prisoners had all escaped, and then they had a pretty entertaining fight. But this also goes back to an ongoing joke where they fake end the show. In season 1, they did a fake show ending randomly, and in Bitchtank, they fake ended the show after Dave left. So this is a reoccurring bit that happens pretty much every season.
Girls, let's have a round of applause.
Yeah, give it up.
We love you, Dave! Thank y'all! We love you, audience! Thank you for the support! We love you, Dave! Thank you, production! We did this for y'all, thank you!
Someone in this house has AIDS.
Strange answer. Do I have AIDS?
Can we just throw this away now?
Yeah.
During season 2, they had everybody take an AIDS test, and Shinji's AIDS test actually came out with a faint blue line indicating that he could have had AIDS. It's most likely he actually didn't, and it was a false reading, or the line was just super faint, so it didn't really count. But it was funny because it was definitely likely, as he was a sex worker. And so after that, it spawned a bit about AIDS house and COVID house, how Shinji had AIDS and they had to live in a house with him, and how other people had COVID during season 2. But that's about it for this entry.
Someone in this house has AIDS. Jimmy fucks dogs. Jimmy fucks dogs.
PETA probably refers to that during season 2 they had chickens in the house and other animals.
Oh, chickens? Hell yeah.
There we go. Make sure you ruin it by being soy jack right there. Good job.
And I think once that got out, the community that the fish tank house was located in started doing complaints and really complaining about them. 1, because it was loud, and 2, because they didn't think they were allowed to have live animals on the property and things like that. This led to a city council meeting where a lot of fish tank fans Zoom bombed it. And other than that, I think it might have resulted in the show almost getting shut down, but they were able to keep it going.
I'm just going to go in order at the top of my screen. I'm going to allow you to talk, so please state your name and address for the record. Jack W., I'm going to allow you to talk.
Roy fucks dogs! Sandra has massive mommy milkers! Someone in this hall has AIDS!
Hello, I am Cameron Williams of 17 Claremont Street. And I'd like to say circumflex.
I just wanted to say very briefly, regarding that gentleman's request to shift the proposed door into a window, I really strongly believe that such a thing would be a waste of city expenses and would plague an already unmanageable budget. We've seen that budget really go down in the last few years, but in the last few weeks, Taylor's thong has been rendered brown from days of refusing to wash. Every movement has...
How many are in the queue?
38.
I make a motion that we continue the meeting for 2 weeks.
Second.
To our regular January meeting.
Because you just blew Job's cover.
I didn't blow Job's cover.
Who blew Job's cover?
Queen.
The cat's out of the bag. He's my cousin. You guys are being boring. So I, got him out here.
Although Jet tells the contestants that Job is his cousin, in reality, Job is just a friend from the Autistic Boys Money Clan. While I was doing research for this, I also realized that Chip is Money Goblin from Autistic Boys Money Clan, so a lot of these people are old members of Jet's rap group. But that's pretty much how Job knows Jet. It's through Autistic Boys Money Clan. Frank and Jet refers to the fallout between the two after the Season 1 edited episodes were up. For Season 1, the primary editor was Jet himself, and for some reason they decided to go with a 30-minute window for each episode, which really cut out a ton of context, and if you watch through them today, you'll miss a lot of stuff that was going on. They ended up changing this, and today they have Steinful, who edits the episodes, and they actually go with long-form episodes that encompass pretty much everything that happened. But during the Season 1 edited episodes, the Frank episode came out, and it cut out a huge majority of Frank's bits and stuff he did on the show, and instead focused on a bit that Jet did with interrogating Letty. And so Frank thought that this choice to remove a lot of his content in favor of this bit that Jet did was a little bit narcissistic on Jet's part. And so during this, there was a Twitter space where Jet hopped on, and Frank ended up confronting him on it, and later on Jet would have to apologize.
Yeah, it's just a balancing act between editing the episodes and getting everything on the site on time, and then like also physically traveling to a location and like setting it up. I mean, you guys can tell we hired another editor guy that frankly edits laps around me. Like, I'm good at like directing the show, but I'm not the best editor. So what we're going to do is we're just going to like listen to fans and change how we're handling the second half of the show, and just make it more, give it more breathing room and like make it easier to digest.
We got Frank here.
What up, Frank?
What up? I saw a lot of Frank Castle stuff was missing from the latest episode.
Like what?
Like everything, I thought. Like all the Airsoft Fatty stuff, me and Sylvia, me and Simon.
I mean, dude, I increased the episode length by like 120%. I don't know what I'm supposed to do past that.
I don't know, bro. It was weird.
What is it? Are you upset about it? I mean, I'm trying to include. Dude, every episode that releases, I hope you know. I feel like the fact that the Vance Schizo shit didn't make it in the last episode like haunts me. Like there's no point at a release where I'm not regretting not including something. So I hope you don't take that personally.
I am.
Like Lance.
I'm taking it a little personally.
Were missing, and that bothered me too. Like, I feel for everyone who had stuff missing, so I don't want you to feel a certain way, but
I definitely do.
Move in the right direction by increasing.
I definitely feel a certain kind of way about it.
You feel a certain kind of way about it?
I do.
Why?
I thought it was whack, dude. Those were classic moments on the show. Me talking to Fatty, that was a classic fish tank moment, bro. People wanted to see that. Come on.
Like you talking to Airsoft Fatty when you first came in?
Yeah, of course. It wasn't even in any of the extras or anything either. It was kind of retconned. It felt like
it was retconned.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, what do you, dude? I mean, what am I supposed to say here?
What happened? Because I know that there were people that were paid. There were people that were paid to edit the episodes, and then they were let go.
Did you pay them?
No, I know one of my guys who's done my videos was hired to edit my episode, and then he was fired.
Dude, I mean, what do you want me to say? Is this something you can explain to me over DMs or in private, or are you just trying to make a mockery now that you can catch me publicly? What's your plan here?
I'm asking for an explanation.
Things get cut. Get over it.
It seemed like a lot of stuff got cut. Good stuff that people wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, when you have
people paid money for.
When you have 10 cams running 24 hours a day.
People paid money for this shit, bro.
That's funny.
A lot of people paid money for this shit.
Okay, Frank. You're like pouting selfishly over more because you didn't have more screen time.
I'm definitely not doing that.
Tell that to Vance, who didn't have his schizo thing.
Where my shit was.
If there's anyone I'm actually apologetic to, it's Vance. It's not you, man. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm not asking for an apology. I just thought it was odd.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna like grovel more than I already have. Like, the reality is, the community spoke and they told me a problem with the show, and we're trying to like correct that.
That's really good.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, but like coming in here and saying
honestly, bro,
that your footage is missing is like incredibly pouty. It's like stompy. It's like childish shit.
It's been pretty trash so far.
Look, Frank, I'm enjoying these wings right now, so I'm in a good mood. Yeah, dude, I have nothing to apologize for. I mean, you wanted to be cast as the villain. Am I gonna place a scene of you that makes you like it makes everything you do after that point like completely differently.
The scene they're talking about is him comforting Airsoft Fatty, which actually would get edited into the later episodes. And personal bias, but I do think it fit better where they edited it later.
And am I going to make a narrative choice that reaffirms that? You're upset I didn't include the Fatty thing?
I'm not really upset that you didn't include that specifically, just that it seemed like all of that stuff got cut. Like,
Frank, you should have hit this a week ago when everyone was mad. Everyone's having a good time tonight. Like, dude, come on. If you wanted to verbally jump me, you should have done it a week ago when everyone hated the show. Everyone's having a good time tonight.
Dude,
That's the nature of
that
production,
stupid fucking detective shit that wasn't funny, bro. There was like 20 minutes of that crap.
Well, dude,
The
guess what?
investigation or whatever. That shit is not funny, dude. It's not funny. Nobody wants to see that.
Well, Frank, if you want to come edit for me 60 hours a week,
This is not the
you want to come edit for me 60 hours a week and make those narrative decisions, be my guest. But you don't. You hire editors.
Yeah, of course.
Okay? With that said, have a great night, everybody. Enjoy it.
Yep, you too, man. Great night.
Jet, do you want to talk about the thing?
Guys, I want to apologize for wigging out in the space the other day for all the fish tank heads out there. Apology to Frank and the fans there. No excuse, but guys, it's been crazy, man. I'm stressed the hell out.
Well, I have an excuse. The fucking... How many cameras were there?
10.
So it's 10 times 6 weeks times 24 hours. There's like hundreds of hours of footage that is... just the edit has been overwhelming, so you gotta forgive us. You gotta let us.
Yeah.
There's no. You gotta forgive us. It's just we've never done anything with this much footage before, and it's.
Yeah, it's
we're
hard.
sorry.
This entry is either referring to two things. The first could be the paintings in the hallways of the Season 2 house. I really searched for this. I'm sure there's maybe some sort of lore that I'm missing here, but I couldn't find anything. All I saw is that Jimmy talks about the paintings and saying that those are two lesbians or something like that. On that front, I'm sure there's maybe a little bit of backstory, but I can't figure anything out on it. The second thing it could be referring to is some of the paintings near the bar was actually the paintings from Season 1 when they were tasked with painting Chris.
When I make money, I'm all about CTE. I want to invest all I can in that. And
why?
Because mental health is the biggest issue.
But why is that the biggest issue to you?
Because it's something I care about. And like I said, pro wrestling saved my life.
Just tell us why, though. Why CTE? Why do you care about that?
Because it's something that my dad has. And I'm probably developing it. So it's something I want the generations.
The clip is pretty self-explanatory. Connor's dad had CTE, and he's worried that he's also going to get CTE. But that's pretty much all that entry refers to.
What's up, guys? Hey, Binx.
Let me see if I can pull off right now.
So, we have some script revisions for the day. Yesterday, we kind of went off script, so if you guys can just remember to stick to it this time.
Believe it or not, there is a small group of Fish Tank fans who are insistent that the show is totally scripted and everybody is plants and actors in with production. Obviously, this theory is extremely silly and ridiculous, but if you look on any of the forums or threads or on Twitter, you'll see people always claiming that everybody's a plant and the whole show is scripted. And they kind of played into that joke during that clip in Season 2. Doll activity refers to a funny bit they did in Season 2 where they told Jimmy that there were lifelike animatronic dolls that would run around the house at night, and it was his job to catch them. Obviously, there were no dolls, but the joke was that TTS would constantly be spamming at Jimmy that there's doll activity in a different room, and he'd have to run there to try and figure it out. This entry refers to any coverage by news about Fish Tank. For some reason, I think Dumbgay went on the news and did an interview about it. I can't find that anywhere, though. But I did find this clip from a news outlet that covered the show and interviewed Morrow.
We are hearing about the bizarre experience one New Mexico man recently had. He went on a reality show, but it's not like the ones you may have seen on TV. Photojournalist Zach Crozer shows us what happened with tens of thousands of people watching.
The production went in like with the big cameras, and I was like, oh no, we're being recorded right now. But you know, we were being recorded 24/7.
Mauro Cano was working in southern New Mexico. He took college classes, and in his spare time, he'd throw on a reality show. After responding to a Craigslist posting to be a contestant on a brand new program, Connell found himself traveling 2,000 miles to be on Fishtank.
It's kind of like a big brother for the internet, except way crazier. People can talk to you on the show, like they can pay to send you like voice messages to the show.
Fishtank is broadcasted on the internet 24/7, and viewers can spend money to sabotage the contestants, like taking their bed away for the night. Rule number 1, no phones. Rule number 2, you can't leave the house for 6 weeks.
And to finish off this tier, we have Dumbgay and
All right,
Laron.
y'all. So I wasn't gonna even get light to this situation, but I'm gonna just go ahead and address this ugly ass nigga Dumbgay. He made hella statuses about me yesterday on Twitter while I was offline. But where I draw the line is this ugly motherfucker saying he looked better than me. Now, I don't know what type of weed and them pencil lead thin ass blunts I saw you smoking, or what type of magic mirrors you got around your house, but now I'm about to cook you, bitch.
After season 3, Laron was pretty active on Twitter, and Dumbgay started calling him out or sneak dissing him, and so the two got into a little bit of a back and forth. They were both making videos about each other. Laron called Dumbgay dumb tits because of his large breasts, and Dumbgay did his typical thing against Laron, and it all culminated in Laron actually dropping a diss track on Dumbgay, which I'll play now.
Yeah. Hey, this right here, we'll call this the no discrimination diss. Cause both of you motherfuckers finna get it.
He also had beef with Alex and his wife because they were going off on the show, and Ron was actually a really good sport after the show, so he took offense to that.
Got a pussy, yeah, he must got a clip, cause he acting like a bitch, and he still on my dick. Yeah, I know that I'm the nigga, ain't I fly high stride, you a fan ass bitch, and you know you can't deny.
Starting off the second to last pier of this iceberg, we have Fishtank streaming. However, I'm going to combine a whole bunch of different entries into this one entry and pretty much try to cover all the in-between season stuff. To start, we have to go to the end of Bitchtank. Soon after Bitchtank concluded, the website opened up streaming, meaning past contestants could stream from the website using a stream key, and viewers can switch cameras depending on which stream they want to watch. As far as I know, Jimmy was the first one to start streaming on the website. In addition to this, Oddbod had a few streams on the website where he used the TTS to control his Google Music on a show he called Radio Daisy.
Fuck my haters, I hate Claire, Haley gang.
Airsoft Fatty also did a few streams.
Really, let me say, hold me now.
In addition to this, Jet did a couple streams, as well as Kato, Greg, Daniel, TJ, Haley, Gagne, Scott, Claire, and Fish, somebody that we'll get into later. I'll just put clips from each of these. I'm sure there might have been more, but this is the only ones I know of.
Fucker.
Backflip time, bitch.
I'm jerking off as a joke. It's very unnatural looking. You know, this is definitely not a natural BBW.
Damn, y'all already added me. That's so crazy. So crazy. Nah, I get all giddy and shit when I get in the pre-game lobby. You feel me?
I like them. I like them all. I don't talk to all of them. I don't really talk to Claire or Abby much, but you know, we kind of made our peace before I left or whatever. I love them, wish them all the best. I am very close, like I said, with Shoddy, Juliana. I love them, talk to them. Trying to make a lot of plans to hang out with all of them, love them to pieces.
Eat shit, you ugly fat pig, and eat shit, you piece of shit. Neither of y'all have half the heart or personality I do. Fuck y'all. I hate you both so much. Y'all have the lowest character of any person I've ever met, and I would never fuck with either of y'all outside of here.
Trying to make a lot of plans to hang out with all of them, love them to pieces.
The fact of the matter is,
I I can't find clips of Dumbgay, but for some reason, I think that when he was streaming, people kept trying to get him to download viruses on his computer, so that was funny. And then Claire has a whole entire stream archived on the channel. During her stream, she did a fish tank tier list and also had viewers call in. Some notable choices is Morrow in S tier, Simmons in B tier, and Frank and Josie being P tier, and Greg being D tier.
I should do more tier lists. This is fun.
After that, we have something called Powtank, which I believe was Claire's idea, and she partnered with Jacob to put it on. Jacob is Pow Envy, or a TikToker who was on Bitchtank for a little while. He was introduced on Bitchtank as an eligible bachelor that the girls had to impress. But Powtank made use of this streaming to air on the site, and it was 1 room, 2 cameras, and the contestants included Claire, Rusty, Abby, as well as TJ and Letty. I'm not too caught up on Powtank. I'm going to do a recap on it, so my knowledge on it right now is pretty limited. All I know is that TJ ended up winning. Abby quit, I think, within the first couple days, and Claire quit, I think, like halfway through.
Where are you at right now, Rusty?
I'm at.
What the fuck is her problem?
I believe the show lasted 7 days, and then after that, streaming remained open for a little bit right before Season 3 would begin, and that covers the Bitchtank to Season 3 in-between stuff. After Season 3, the website would also have some in-between action. It started out with an opening of a stream that had a whole bunch of actual fish on it, and they even gave the fish names and had a leaderboard for them. Eventually, that would end, and it would transition into the virtual cell, which was a virtual 3D render of the cell from the cell in Bitchtank, and inside it would be Binx, Jimmy, Dave, and Burt. And you could send them TTS, I think, and they would like AI-generated respond to you. And you could also add a ball to the room, which is a fish toy from the cell and Bitchtank, where users could pay to add a ball to the room. This virtual cell would last for a little bit until it eventually blew up in a volcano. An animated volcano came and took out the whole entire cell, which then cut to the Season 3 house, and the cameras being back on. For this, Frank and Burt, as well as Wyatt, who we'll cover later, were walking around the house and just pretty much chatting. Burt immediately birded off in the penthouse, and the few hung out there for a little bit.
Come here. Just toss something around. Okay, cool. Come here. Okay. Burt is back. Yeah. Burt is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Then after that, the site went dead again until they opened up streaming once again for something called StreamStars.
What's happening on fishtank.live right now?
Science!
Oh, shit.
You're smoking in here again.
No, I'm not.
I can fucking see you doing it.
I'm not doing that.
Before we get into what StreamStars was, I want to quickly clarify what the name is from. A lot of people seem to think StreamStars was the name of the fish tank streaming originally. However, StreamStars refers to the fake show that they put on during Bitchtank, where they brought in an unsuspecting person and told them they were on a family-friendly TV show called StreamStars. It was kind of a dry run for the famous house of Season 3. So StreamStars was the name of this fake show from Bitchtank. For context, Zoe is the girl in the red, and she was just super liberal and pretty much was the typical cast for what Famous House was. And in this clip, Ben is going to kick Juliana for tweeting out something transphobic, just pretty much all as a joke. But Zoe ended up staying for the day and then eventually left, even though they meant her to stay.
My radar. You thought that I don't have a team of people combing through Twitter and social media looking for stuff like that. You think I'm stupid? You come onto my show and you jeopardize my Hulu deal, my Tubi deal. You know, I have sponsorships, Juliana. I have sponsorships. Just one thing, that's it.
You gonna drive to my house and get all my meds for me?
Please, we'll talk about that later. Can you just...
No, I need them.
Can we just confirm?
Not a later thing.
Please, Zoe, come on, Zoe, please. Just one more night, just one more, please, just say yes.
However, they revamped the name and called this new round of streaming StreamStars. To start, it was just billed as an audition for Season 4, and they actually had points and leaderboards for each person. A whole bunch of people ended up streaming. This iteration differed where anybody can start streaming an audition for Season 4, or at least have a chance to be on Season 4. So this led to a whole bunch of different people. Some notable people are Oddbod, who returned, Aperture, who we'll discuss later, Vance Victim 2018, and then we have Yubles and Vekman, two people that went back and forth seeing who could fuck up their life the most.
I think I know what that sounds like. I need this phone tossed into the kiddie pool.
This phone tossed in the kiddie pool?
Yes.
I don't give a fuck about this phone, dude.
That kiddie pool was full of glass and urine, by the way.
Go Muhammad Ali on that door, motherfucker.
We all love Burt, right? Everyone say yes if you fucking love Burt.
And then you also had Deli Wave.
Would everybody still be my friend? Wife immediately if I farted in your face? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that.
And then you have Wacky the Clown.
What, huh? How am I can't even get the water gun to work on my fucking computer, dude. I need this shit. And you want to take it away from me for a fucking meme?
Big Dingus was one of the key people in the beginning of Stream Stars.
What the fuck did you do in there?
Hey, chill.
Why this again? Why?
And Washi.
Dongaga or nah?
Dongaga.
And finally you have Giovanni.
Giovanni time on God.
And there are countless other streamers that I didn't include and countless other stuff that happened during it, but those are some of the key ones. So after this first phase of Stream Stars ended, they calculated the scores using PTS, average viewers, and how long they were online. And Giovanni ended up being number 1, followed by Wacky the Clown, Washi, Oddbod, and Vance Victim. Quick shout out to I Love You on the Fishtank website who helped me out to find where this website was located. But there is a website that you can go to that will show you all the Stream Star points, and I will link it in the description. After this, the Stream Stars transitioned into Phase 2, which was Street Stars, where everybody had to go out on the street.
Get out of my way. I'm non-verbal autistic, and I hate.
After that, it transitioned again into Raid Stars, where everybody played Rust on the same server. And then finally, they rebooted regular Stream Stars 2 again, and this time it had different prizes that you could win. Slack AU won the grand prize, and Wacky the Clown won the gaming PC.
Get out of my face, you retard. You know,
Don't call me a retard. Do
you're a
not
retard.
call me a retard.
Don't wait, are you putting your hands on me, you fucking retard?
And as of making this video, it's unclear whether the winners of Stream Stars are actually going to be on the next season, or if they're going to be on the Bloodgames season that's coming up. Only time will tell. The only other notable things about Stream Stars I wanted to mention is that Burt streamed on the website for a little bit, and he interviewed each contestant.
Steady Burt here.
You're a beautiful person.
And also Andy Dick, for some reason, had a small stint on the website.
Hey, you fucking piece of shit. Remember when you got Phil Hartman killed? It should have been you, you fucking loser.
And there's this very funny clip where one of the Stream Stars just randomly fell over.
This kid at like 24 or 25, you're running out of time.
Also, Alex B. the Monkey King made a return.
I'm 1000% on this. Production team is behind you. Let's repair this divide. You just have to let us fuck the monkeys.
God damn it, motherfucker! You got it! Frick!
And then briefly on the site, you had something called Sardine Tin, which I believe was put on by Aperture. Again, we'll go over him a little later in the list, but he's just a Fishtank fan. And it included Mizzy and Alex B. And Alex B cheated on his wife on the show. People got really drunk, but I think it only lasted for a few days, and it was just kind of them hanging out, getting together in an Airbnb.
Everybody goes.
Do you want?
running from me.
I'm ready from you.
Bad wolf. Not everybody else. The big bad wolf.
Pack it up. Pack up the stuff. Pack it up. Go ahead. Punch me if you want. Punch me in the group. Whatever. Get ready to drop your bags. Go to the garage. Go to the garage. Pack up the stuff.
They gonna do what you say?
I'm calling the fucking cops if you don't.
Alex ended up getting kicked for being stupid and annoying, just like always. As of making this video, Stream Stars is still kinda going on where anybody can stream, and notably, AB is streaming Season 1 on the site, and as of now, that's about it for all the in-between seasons. I forgot to mention this in the last part, but it will just get its separate entry. I believe I could be getting this very wrong, but it was a show that was supposed to happen after Bitchtank, where it was just Bitchtank but all dies. But I think it actually ended up happening where John put it on during the initial Fishtank streaming, and it was called the 40 Boys production. For whatever reason, that's kind of his group's name.
I thought you were staying for Bro Tank.
What?
I don't know.
You're dumb, bro.
I'm so stupid.
135.
I'm so stupid, my bad.
I believe him and Josie were on it, and I really don't know anything about it except that it happened. It's really hard to find any clips from it, but I know that it happened. John streamed it. It was kind of his own fish tank, just like the later ADL, which I will get into now. The ADL was John's own entire fish tank spin-off that he did on his kit, where he rented a house, and along with him and his fellow orbiters, they put on their own fish tank. The show had an extremely poor production quality, audio issues, and things of that nature, and just generally was pretty boring. It seems that John doesn't really get the concept of fish tank, so they were doing challenges like push-up challenge and reading the Bible challenge. The only notable thing that happened on it was there was a fight, and Shoddy was there to break it up. The only other notable thing is that Skippy Swags went on the show. He's a fish tank fan, and he actually streamed on the website, and he was pretty funny on the show. And also John was caught on camera trying to get cocaine. I wish I could find the clips for these. I remember seeing them on Twitter, but I literally cannot find anything.
I just wanted to give you an update on the Camino situation. You know, he's chilling. He's in a much better headspace.
Yeah.
He's actually in Mexico City right now. He's chilling on a booze cruise with a few of the JP Morgan guys.
Yeah.
So.
Caminos is a reoccurring character on Fish Tank that started during Season 1. His whole bit is he comes in to give a very long-winded lecture on LLCs and crypto and other very boring and annoying finance stuff like that, and the fish are meant to listen to it for the extremely long amount of time that it goes out. He would return during the last day of the cell right before Pitch Tank started and pretty much just do his regular bit of talking about finance and crypto and Excel and LLCs once again.
I have a question.
What?
No, the what's it?
LLC?
LLC. No, is that like a marketing thing? Like you put money in to like promote or something, or like get
what's that tattoo?
Hen Caminos also had a short stint on Season 2.5.
So what would be the significance of one currency
He has
versus
to
multiple
meditate in order
currencies?
to control his dark desires
So,
to dominate and conquer the humans. But through
The
sheer
difference
will
between
and
one
spiritual
currency
power,
and
he's
multiple
able to master
currencies
himself and
is
become
if you have
legendary.
multiple currencies,
Something like
you
that.
can
A quite
diversify.
powerful tale indeed.
And so,
Now that actually makes your fight earlier even more
basically,
epic. moment. I
that
didn't know that.
means
Thank you for sharing.
During the Cell and Bitch Tank, a whole bunch of fish toys got tried out that would later be seen during Season 3. Some notable examples of this is the Add a Ball fish toy, where you can add a ball to the room. This took place in the Cell, and would return during Season 3 with the Ball Brothers, which we'll go into later, as well as when they had their own Cell challenge.
What color ball? Start slow.
Yeah, Darkwing Schmuck with the ball!
Another fish toy from Bitch Tank that made a reoccurrence in Season 3 was the Rose fish toy, where you can give contestants roses.
I'm asexual until personality comes out, but thank you, Rohit Patel.
And there were some other experimental fish toys that didn't make it into Season 3, such as Forced Cardio.
Oh, it's for me? Oh, it's a first cardio. No, you're fine.
There was also a timeout fish toy, which sent people into the corner for a certain amount of time.
You guys have permission to fight now, and now Haley's backing down. So
you're gonna get me like George Floyd style or something.
And then there was a create your own fish toy, which one person bought during Bitch Tank, and they chose to make Juliana dress up like Mr. Bean. And the other notable one was the Reddit Dance fish toy, or the Dap Up Spencer fish toy during the first start of the Cell Cardcast Challenge, where you would make Zoltar do a dance, or you could give Spencer a dap up.
Also, I got a fish toy. It's the forced Reddit dance. You need to get up and do your little Reddit dance. No, there's this one. The one you know,
that's That's damn, I feel like Phantom in this. Hey yo, shout out to my dog, Yada. Hey yo, I get more papers than my boy give me.
Burt, give us play-by-play commentary, Burt. Looks like she's like trying to fuck Alex on my bed without me in it. Stickermule.com is where you go to get posters, stickers. I don't even know what else they sell. Probably t-shirts slash fish tank. You're not gonna believe the quality. Let's go, guys. Stickermule.com.
Sticker Mule refers to Season 3 when they actually got a legitimate sponsorship by the company Sticker Mule to sell stickers on their site. But I think what's more interesting is that they had the actual Sticker Mule mascot in the house for a little bit, and a lot of people were speculating on who that might be. I am almost certain that the Sticker Mule was Zoltar from The Cell. He looked similar, and at one point he went into bedroom 2 and walked up to the camera and said, "Miss you, Dave." I'm not 100% certain on this, but it would be funny, and I think there is a slight likelihood that it is Zoltar.
Miss you, Dave.
Sticking on the Dave topic, the Dave sleeping refers to that during The Cell, when Dave was in there, he would often have horrific night sleeps, tossing and turning and hardly breathing. He almost certainly has sleep apnea, and so chat would often play jokes on him while he was sleeping.
Dave, the house is on fire. Wake up, Dave. Dave, it's burning. The house is on fire. Wake up, Dave.
I don't know why I kept this entry on it, but I'm just going to briefly go over it without giving the actual real name. This entry definitely refers to that Letty during Season 1. Her boyfriend leaked revenge porn of her under her real name, and that's pretty much it. Another kind of silly entry is Greg is asexual. Pretty self-explanatory. Greg is asexual.
Greg, we love you. Give us a thumbs up if you hate the blacks and Jews.
These two entries refer to alleged DMs from Jet and Ben. Starting off with Jet, he apparently BM'd some women to try to get them onto the show and was probably being flirty with them. Nothing too interesting. And then Spread Your Joy refers to some leaked Ben DMs, which I'll put on screen right now. The horn box is a reoccurring thing from Fishtank. I don't think it was in Season 1, but in Season 2 it made an appearance, and Sam would walk around the house blasting it in people's faces, as well as using it to wake up Nifty with Ben.
This place is hard. Let's go.
And then during the Cell Podcast Challenge, the horn box would return.
This place is haunted!
And then during Bitchtank, the car horn box returned, where they made it look like a box that can electrocute people for the final challenge. And then in Season 3, it once again returned, and people could pay to have it honk, and they told the contestants that computer was doing it.
Don't hit first unless you know what's going to happen. If you're about to get like shot by 4 people or 1, I'm sure some of you guys already know this, what I'm about to say. AI, you're out! Shut up!
It is suspicious, and like I said, no matter what, you gotta go, because what we found was incriminating enough. It was bad enough that we gotta let you go. It could have completely screwed everyone over. It could have screwed over the entire
I don't
show.
even know what the fuck you're talking about, is the point. And I don't have your bag. I didn't touch your shit. And I've been adamant about fucking not fucking with anybody's shit from day one. So think whatever the fuck you want, dude.
It's not about what I think, man. It's purely about, you know, getting down to the bottom of this thing, and just coming clean, and again, like I said, making this sort of Vegas trip kind of end cleanly for you.
During the Vegas trip, Luke lost some of his stuff in his bag, and it's pretty likely that Jeff tried to steal it. I believe they also found drugs on Jeff, and after this, they kind of just abandoned him in Vegas.
I'll tell you what, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. You can't find your shit. It's not my fault. I didn't fuck with your shit. I don't fuck with people's shit.
Unfortunately, what you didn't know, as he eats the Doritos unwittingly, was that this was elimination sour candy. The elimination candy did touch his taste buds, throwing into effect full elimination.
So.
Did he ever admit to it?
No, but I still don't believe him. I know that's hard.
No, not the bag. Did he ever admit to the stuff?
No, he didn't admit to the stuff, but he was definitely.
He was like, "Who put that there?"
Yeah.
What did you find? Can you say?
I don't know if I should, but we threw it, and then well, Jason threw it, and then we were like, do we really want to leave it in the middle of the fucking wherever we're at, so kids could potentially find it? So then we picked it up and threw it out, actually, and there was all the paraphernalia you needed.
So after season 2, Tay had a stalker. It was someone who went by the name Q on 4chan, who stalked her ever since she got out of Fishtank. According to this Reddit post, he's the 19-year-old computer science major. He's doxed her, sent her voicemails, wrote her letters, other stuff like that. And apparently he took a picture of himself inside the season 2 house, and he wants Kaylee to fall in love with him. Kaylee knew of this and was obviously pretty scared about it, and that's why on season 2.5 they had an incident where they kind of played a joke on her and insinuated that Xavier's real identity was this Q. Xavier told her that he wants to reveal his true identity, and then he started saying stuff about how he's a computer science major, and he flashed a Q card. Obviously Xavier is not this person. It was just a joke on Kaylee, but she did not like that joke at all. Staying on topic with Kaylee, the next entry refers to her being groomed. She admits this during the Cell Challenge when they had the Trauma Dump Challenge, and she talks about how she was groomed by an older woman. And this was partially why she really didn't like Nifty, because she feared that Nifty was trying to groom her as well.
Taylor, you want to go ahead and...
So when I was 13, an older girl that was like my only friend at the time, manipulated me into thinking I was lesbian. She was very emotionally abusive to me. She would cut cut my name into herself and show it to me as proof, and not let me have any friends, and forced me to text her every second of every day, and was extremely controlling of me, and it lasted for about 2 years.
Thank you for the $20 donation, Doctor. Thank you for thinking of the fish. Jason, aka the Ghost of Kai. Thanks for the violence, speed, and momentum. Anytime, Jack. Thank you for the 20. I don't know what that whole fish thing is, but if it ain't a great white shark, I'm not interested.
Which is kind of excessive. There are pros and cons to this. 51% of the company means that he has voting rights, controlling shares. He gets to say what happens, but on the other hand, it does take away some of the legal liability. Dr. Disrespect. The Doc! Round of applause for the Doc, guys. Round of applause.
This entry refers to that during season 1 when they did the fake show ending. They did a joke where they said Dr. Disrespect gave them funding and bought the company in order to keep the show going. This is a common tactic. I'm pretty sure it's Sam's idea, where to get people to react to his content or to get people to notice his content, you'll often just name drop whatever the biggest streamer is recently, and it'll get them to just think, what's going on? Why are people mentioning my name? So this was kind of an example of this. Similarly, they'll do it with Mr. Beast, Ava Chris Tyson, or if you watch any of Sam's newest stuff, he does it a lot with Asmongold, and it actually worked and got Asmongold to react. So pretty good marketing strategy by Sam.
Video that we're doing, this is private.
Yeah.
Personal. I put this in his email. I don't know how you got this. Unless you're on the Asmongold Discord server.
What?
And Asmongold have been planning this for a while.
Wait,
Me and
what?
Asmongold Discord server.
Wait, what?
In which case, you know my every move.
He
in
can't
my
be
laboratory,
Japanese.
Okay, where Asmongold is right now, down in the basement. I have tried. If you think Elon, or Asmongold, if you're watching this.
What the fuck?
On-site games refers to that. Recently, they actually released a few mini-games on the website. If you go to the website and you click play, you can find the games tab. And right now, they currently have 3 games, one called Ballborough's Bounce, Luke Defense, and Peyton Punch. They're all very simple retro games, but they're pretty fun. And then they're also going to have a Vampire Bloodgames come out soon, and they've been teasing this for a long time. The release date is currently unknown, but it appears that they are going to do it. In addition to this, I want to go over some other interesting site stuff that just recently happened. They released something called the Wet Market, which is where you can buy and trade little items that you get throughout the show, as well as Stocks, which just launched, where you can buy different coins for each contestant. Apparently, this is going to have something to do with the upcoming season, but right now we don't know yet, although it does seem to be a good way to make some money. Go buy Dave coin. And then finally, in a similar vein, there's a project called G-Tank, which has been worked on by a few Fishtank community members like Chemical and Renowned, and it's pretty much a Gary mod server where you can play on the Bloodgames set. Unfortunately, it released and then instantly got hacked by a group of Ukrainian hackers, but I believe it's back online, so go give it a shot if you like Gary's mod. This entry refers to the Initiate group plotline in Season 2, which if you watched the episodes, you've seen that they had a whole bunch of build-up to it, but it kinda ends up not really going anywhere. The initial plan for it was to actually do some sort of weird Manson-style cult that they were gonna have in the house, but it kind of fizzled out, and they even had that cult logo that you'll see. But it seems that Sam kinda thought it would go too far and didn't want to be associated with any sort of cult or demon stuff, so they kinda scrapped it. This refers to the reason Connor was discharged from being a police officer. I remember it being posted, but I can't find the original record of it. But thanks to some people in the Fishtank chat, I believe it is because he assaulted a fellow police officer.
Oh, what was that?
Okay, explain something. Connor, I feel like I've seen him before.
You have seen Connor in gay porn movies.
I definitely got that vibe from him. I thought he was like a gay porn star or something.
Keeping with Connor, this entry refers to Connor being gay. The reason this joke became a thing was because Connor was extremely anti-gay and kept talking about how he didn't want Burt around him and stuff like that. So much so that it was clear he was almost overcompensating. So of course Chap begins to lay into him and keeps accusing him of being gay. This all led up to after he kicked Job and production wanted him off the show, sent him on a manhunt to find gay porn all around the house, and he had to stash it in a purse, which they then instructed Frank to show everybody, which would have revealed that Connor had been hiding gay porn in his purse. Connor freaked out over all of this, and especially freaked out when Frank touched him and tried to kiss him.
Motherfucker, you are a smelly motherfucker. You gotta stop threatening physical harm.
No, shit!
Don't!
What the fuck?
Sexual
Don't fucking
assault me!
man!
Don't sexual assault me, motherfucker! Kiss you! I'm gonna kiss you! I love you! I love you, Connor! Kiss me! Kiss me!
To add to this, after the show, Burt and Connor ended up meeting up, and on the stream that they had together, Connor brought over a transgender prostitute and apparently slept with them. So make of that what you will.
No camera.
Hi there.
We've been streaming all night.
I'm Burt.
Connor, I know you brought your leotard. Stop teasing big guy. Oil up and show us how flexible you are. Hey, lady, you got an eggplant in your pants or not? What? We're dying to know.
Excuse me?
Another person I wanted to mention who was definitely gay is Jeff. Jeff touched Burt's penis multiple times, kissed Burt, constantly groped and touched him and talked about his penis. Also said that every girl he's ever been with, he tried to have anal sex only with them. There's no shot Jeff is not also gay.
Yeah, you like that.
I do.
You
Daddy,
like that.
give me a cigarette, motherfucker.
The fucking guy's dick is getting hard next to me. It's weird.
I've already told you. I'll accept the bromance, like funny little shit.
Okay.
Yeah, get the fuck away from me with your cock.
Okay.
Your cock is hard as fuck right now too, ain't it? Yes, it is. You know what I mean, dude. It's
Okay, I'm not gonna
a
fuck you.
male dating experience.
I promise you, Jeff, I'm not going to fuck you. That's not going to happen.
Bend, Oregon refers to the town that John lives in. And the notable thing about this is that John actually ran for Bend City Council in November 5th of 2024. Unfortunately, he did not win. He got 26% of the vote and lost to his opponent, Megan Norris, who won with 73% of the vote.
First off, my pronouns are Keen and Impro, so don't get that confused, okay? You know, it's kind of sad to watch you guys almost become like the city called Portland. You guys are all becoming meth heads, crack heads, all the way around out in Dallas. You know, Dallas used to have a name for itself. Now you guys are kind of becoming just like a knockoff of Portland, you know. Oh, by the way, I'm running for city council in Bend, Oregon, so make sure you guys vote for me if you're watching this in Bend, Oregon. But you guys really should stop what you guys are doing. Like Mayor Johnson, you know, he's a dodgery.
You're the reason I can't use DoorDash for a DUI I got a bunch of years ago.
My greatest Jewish trick. The greatest Jewish trick of all time. Making sure Jimmy can't do DoorDash because of his DUI. Stay poor, goy!
Jimmy Utah refers to Jimmy's time in Utah, or at least from what he says. Jimmy claims that when he was living in Utah, a Mormon camp for troubled youth, where he was abused and he was starved and things of that nature. It's some big conspiracy that the Mormons are running Utah and that they're out to get him, and pretty much that he was mind-altered and tortured in his camp. Whether or not Jimmy is telling the truth on this is yet to be seen. He mentions it a lot in The Cell. He mentioned it as well as during season 2, but Jimmy doesn't have exactly the best grasp on reality, so who knows?
Yeah, no, I was just talking about the mallet thing, because, like, it's clear that he did hit her with the mallet. Everybody knows he hit her with the mallet. He freaked out about the phone, and he hit her with the mallet. That's just, like, a fact. It's not really up for debate or anything. That's what happened, and that's why you got kicked off, you know, the first time.
But I didn't hit her, because when people get hit with mallets, they don't start dancing and cheering and singing about it, and then only pretending to be hurt whenever production or someone walks into the room.
You are dangerously delusional in a way that is kind of disturbing. You're like out of touch with reality.
Word.
Hi, I'm Daisy the cat. I'm just a cat. My mother was called Chumby. My father, he had semen full of estrogen and weird other chemicals. He jacked off onto Chumby, and that's how I was born. It's my origin story. I'm Daisy the cat. I'm just a cat. It was a... Yeah, sure. So, yeah.
Daisy the Cat is a cat character that Oddbod played during the in-between season 2.5 and The Cell and Bitchtank. It would just include him wearing cat ears and a cat tail, and he was a little character that he did. Notably, he used this character to hassle out Sean, a homeless freeloader in The Cell, and other than that, he had to attack the girls as Daisy during Bitchtank.
I'm too on
Shake it, Lil Jolly Boy, y'all, we love you, Oddbud. Give Sean a show. Loosen him up.
Look for the camera. Look for the camera, Alex. Look for the camera.
Thanks for
We didn't get fucked with that much. We just kind of like talked to him, and then I just started doing the tail shit, and he walked off, probably with no idea at all like what it was. He's gonna live the rest of his life thinking, what the fuck was that?
I want to introduce Daisy the kitty. Daisy.
It's okay. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. Bad kitty.
Or the fucking cat.
Kevin O'Driscoll is a puppeteer that was on Bitchtank. They brought him on during the Rose Dash Elimination Challenge when everyone was fighting each other to get the most roses, and he kind of just sat in the middle of the room during the chaos and did his little puppet bit, turning some of the girls into puppets, making a few weird remarks to each of the girls, and just showing off his puppets. He's a really wholesome guy, and him being in Fishtank is just great.
That's text-to-speech. It's the chat.
Kevin, my man, you gotta jam your hand up their ass and work their mouths manually. It's the only way.
No, you're not that good.
I didn't mean at the same time.
Oh, okay, all right. Next time.
Kevin would make a return during season 3, where he would do his little puppet show, although he kept having phone calls from Fishtank fans, as I think his number is like listed on his website.
This is Tim the Talkie
he would also scare Burt when Sam told Burt that there's something fucked up about the puppet guy and told Burt to hide from him. And then Kevin was instructed to go find him in the bathroom.
There's something wrong with this guy. You gotta stay away from him, alright?
Are you in the bathroom?
Yes.
Can you come out soon?
I'm sorry, who is this?
What?
Who's speaking to me right now?
I'm sorry, this is Kevin Driscoll, the ventriloquist.
Oh, it's okay. I think I'm just gonna hang out here. I just have to, I'll take a shower and wash myself. I'm feeling kind of dirty.
What? Why? Why are you doing that?
This entry is a quick one. It's just a chat joke. There's an account on the Fishtank website called JakeMan234, and I think during season 3, it might have been earlier, but I'm not sure, he just was in the chat saying don't ping him, and so of course everybody in chat would then add him constantly, and so it's a little joke to just add him in the chat and constantly blow up his notifications. So after season 2, TJ and Taylor actually did end up meeting up, and I think Taylor did a stream where PJ was hanging out with her, and it seems they might have had a bit of a relationship after the show. However, it ended up that PJ supposedly cheated on her with an Instagram person, although I think PJ denies this.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Read my lips. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Why did you cheat on me? Why did you cheat on me? Why did you cheat on me?
Matt was somebody that during Bitchtank paid to hang out with Greg on the show for one night. That's pretty much it, just a kind of a deep cut.
Basically, this is the deal. Greg is here under the pretense that, we do love him. Like, he's one of our fan favorites, but Greg would be very hurt if he found out that the main reason that we brought him back is because we paid $7,000 to hang out with him. That would hurt his feelings.
Yanistus is another deep cut. He spent only a couple hours in the cell during the Cell Podcast Challenge, and the character he was playing really didn't want to sleep in the mega bed that they had built, and so Letty quickly hassled him out.
Fuck this stupid ass fucking show or whatever. I don't care about a fucking $1,000. Fuck you. Fuck all of you.
Get out, boy.
Jim O'Hara is Burt's alter ego that he had online, where he would use this identity to sell tutoring courses as well as to do other people's homework for them, and he ran a little YouTube channel where that was how he made his money.
So Jim is just your tutoring. It's just funny that you're pretending to be a gay Irish guy online. It's awesome.
Because here's the thing. My voice
Dude,
is not...
You're the best, bro. You're actually just the best. You could not be any better. You're the best.
My voice sounds distinctly white
Fucking
male.
Hours before the show ends, we figure out that you're Jim O'Hara.
Yes, that's... you couldn't write that.
Couldn't write it. Burt.
Okay, so if you're a college student and things like proctored exams or really any type of exams get you stressed out real quick, this is Jim O'Hara. Jim runs an online tutoring or cheating service where US-based college and university students pay him money to connect them to one of his online academic experts to complete their college-level exams, homework assignments, essays, research papers, discussion posts, essentially anything you need on your behalf in college subjects including math, science, business, English, engineering, computer programming, humanities, social sciences, and on and on and on, and get them A or B grade.
Hello students, this is Jim O'Hara, the #1 proctored exam and online class help expert of 2024. This is the first video I'm making in the new year 2024. People have asked why I've seemed to stop making videos with my voice. I had a lot of shit going on, so I had to take care of some personal stuff while managing business. But okay, but I have some free time, and there's something I really want to address here that's annoying the fuck out of me, about you students. So let me get this out of the way. Okay, so here's the thing. Phone calls? Oh shit, okay, here we go. Phone calls annoy the motherfucking shit out of me.
Also, I should have mentioned this in another post, but if you don't know, Burt also claims to be Mr. Mensa. And I think it was verified that he actually did win Mr. Mensa one year. So he used his high IQ to run this tutoring service, and it seemed to be pretty popular. You can still find his channel under Jim O'Hara on YouTube. And finally, rounding off the list, we have Lance is AB. For those that don't know, AB is the one who runs the Fishtank Digest channel, and they do daily recaps of the season. They started in Season 2, and then covered Season 2.5, and then Season 3. This joke comes from Twitter, where Lance from Season 1, who was Vance's clone, jokes back and forth with AB about them being the same person, and they have multiple interactions where they act like they're the same person. I don't think it's likely that Lance is actually the person behind the AB Fishtank Digest channel, but who knows. Now, before we get into the last here, I'm just gonna do 10 extra things that I thought of while editing this video. And again, there's probably so much that I'm missing, so feel free to leave a comment correcting anything or suggesting stuff that should be on the next iceberg. But here's the addendum. So to start off this list, we have build a table.
So I'm gonna hold this one up to you. We're holding this one up to society. We're holding up society with tables. You know what I'm saying?
Unfortunately, I can't find the clip anywhere, but in Season 1, Letty was instructed that she had to build a table from scratch. And this bit was funny because of how comically bad Letty did at this task. The chat would tell her that she needed to use wood salt and heat nails and season the wood, things of that nature. I think in Season 1, she never finished the table. This bit would come back in Season 2 when the fish were tasked with building a table. They ended up building more of a shelf, and this is when Jimmy would say the infamous metal in the wood thing.
And I determined what pieces of wood had like metal in them. So the nails kept bending.
Dude, what?
And then Season 2.5, they once again had Letty build the table, which she actually successfully built until the Duke immediately smashed it.
On it. I do believe this table is the finest I have seen in my days.
Then, keeping with the tradition, in Season 3, they instructed Mizzy to build the table, and she ran into some of the same issues as Letty.
Please.
A table.
A table. A table with 4 legs.
Will I be able to cut the wood?
Yeah, there's a saw right there.
This is fucking crazy.
Less talking, more building. Table time to help the table building. Cut wood.
I don't know, it's fucking rough. Like, I can't fucking do this.
Mizzy, you're supposed to saw with the grain. Otherwise, the wood is going to splinter. Mizzy, you gotta marinate the wood.
Marinate the wood with what?
And then during Stream Stars, Chemical decided to build a table for his stream, as well as a few others. Next up, we have Frank falling. This refers to Frank having a major fall pretty much every season. In Season 1, he had a pretty nasty fall in the hallway.
Where'd she go? Where'd my glasses go? You see him?
In Season 2, Frank would take a tumble during the Build-A-Bed challenge. And he would fall a second time while pickling the baby.
Stop, dude! Stop! Stop, dude! Dude! Stop, dude! You leave me alone! I leave me alone!
And then during Season 3, he would take 2 back-to-back really nasty falls.
Sybil, don't do it, dude!
Fucking bitch.
Don't do it! I fucking hope you felt that, you fucking fat cunt! You see that shit, motherfucker? Time swap!
Insomnia refers to 2 different things. In Season 2, Nifty would complain and say that she needed her sleep, so they would almost never let her get a nice night's sleep.
At like 4 or 5 a.m. and I play Minecraft videos in her room.
And then this bit would come back when Nifty returned for Season 3.
If you've never heard of hardcore Minecraft before, that's because it's exclusive to the Java version of the game. So when work into your farm or your walls are really
So mad at me. I just was rocked at that.
And secondly, Oliver Gay, on Season 2, they had an open challenge to make him get as little sleep as possible.
Maybe because you are gay. Oliver Gay. Oliver Gay. Oliver Gay.
Oliver Gay.
Next up, we have Jet impersonations. Jet is actually really good at impersonations for whatever reason. He has a really good Alex B, TJ, John, as well as a good Jimmy and a good Ty. I'll just play a montage of some of his best moments.
It's Kentucky, man. I just got back from Kentucky, Burt. I was with my babies, Luna, Ebony, Ivory, all my little baby monkeys, man, and I love them, dude.
That was uncanny.
Burt, I don't swing that way, brother. I like you as a friend, but that's not really how we do it in Kentucky, man, or Texas, by the way.
Okay, but
my babies, Ebony, Luna, Benji, I love them so much. They got the same clothes as me, little hoodies.
TJ, you looking different.
Now you like an Italian mob boss. That looks out for Sopranos. Like you're on the Sopranos now.
Okay, TTS, I'll do that.
Here's one of the most basic Whitepeople. Jeffrey Epstein.
Roger Stones.
Roger Stones, support me for city council. More city council. The thing about liberal in the state of Oregon, libtards. Being retarded,
And
the
gay.
taxes, the rates, new taxes I'm putting through, pay extra $5 for no reason. The council John Tent. I don't take it too personal. You put me in makeup. I know you're doing your job, but my job is to stand with my morals. It's no gay shit. My morals and what I stand for is no makeup. It's too. I have to leave if you're gonna put makeup.
Female.
Jet do the Jimmy impression. Jet do the Jimmy impression. Jet do the Jimmy impression.
And it's like, yeah, no. If you went through season 2 and saw the things that like me and Tay went through, it doesn't even pale in comparison. Frankly, it's this kind of the same stuff that I went through, like the Utah programs. It's like they copied the same Utah programs and just implementing it into the show. So if I look grumpy today, just know that it's like not related to the stuff that's going on. I'm just dealing with a couple personal things.
Thai whole comedy is kind of standing still and like just taking it.
You're
He
canceled
don't really
for that,
want
Jet.
to be on all
You're
this.
so
Kinda
canceled.
Stand there and because when he got canceled, he was standing still.
Keeping with Jet, we have Jet's shoes. During season 3, Jet continuously wore more outrageous shoes every day. A lot of the shoes he's wearing are Balenciaga, and they're the oversized boots and things of that nature, and they're just pretty ridiculous, but Jet seems to love it.
Jet fashion kills role model shoes, hard fit hard. What are some of your fashion inspos?
This shit's not cool, by the way. It's not like cool. Like buying expensive shit is like it's just like financial. It's like being a cutter, but financially. It's like being emo. It's not. None of it is hard. None of it is impressive. It's all a bunch of junk and it's trash.
Next up, we have Alex's other media appearances. To start, Alex actually went on one of those court reality TV shows prior to Fishtank.
Ring even after the engagement ended. Jacqueline Rodriguez, you say that that engagement ring was a gift to you, and whether you guys got married or not, you get to keep your gift, and so you're never going to give that ring back to him. Mr. Bernard, why don't I start with you?
I'd never moved away from my home, even after graduating, all that stuff. Not really. Especially to be with a girl, you know, a woman, you know, and...
Okay, but how did
TikTok,
you
sorry, I'm getting carried away here.
We met
sorry.
on social media.
In this case, Alex is suing his wife for the engagement ring back, but knowing how these two operate, this is almost likely bullshit and was just a ploy to get on reality TV. And then after that, just recently, he was interviewed on the news.
With a local, this is Alex. He used to live here. He lives in Houston now, but he came back for Derby Week. Alex, what brought you out here on this fun Wednesday?
Well, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. I live in Houston now, like you said, but this is just a tradition my family's carried out through my entire life. I'm blessed enough to be up at Matt Wynn's with him, and it's just, you can't get better than this, man. It's a Derby. Two most exciting minutes in sports history. Oh!
Next up, we have Fishtank Black Mirror. Just recently, the latest season of Black Mirror dropped, and in it, there's a pretty obvious spoof of Fishtank. The website in the show is called Dumb Dummies, and if you look at the clips from the show, the UI looks almost identical to the Fishtank website, and it's also kind of a play on StreamStars, where if you watch StreamStars, it was pretty much people destroying their homes and lives for no money in that case. But on the show, you could do stuff for money, and viewers would donate to get you to do bad stuff. But it was pretty much a spoof on Fishtank. Next up, we have the real reason Cole got kicked. Watching the show, it is a little ambiguous as to the reason that Cole left. First off, Cole was complaining a lot and saying that he was going to leave despite the special treatment that he was getting. So that could have been one part, and he was being annoying about that. However, the second part is that Cole started talking about Season 1 and mentioning contestants by name. This is when the judge comes in and yells at him and tells him not to do that.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey.
Are you talking about Season 1?
Yeah.
Stop. Do you need further instruction?
I'll stop.
I'll let myself out if that's okay with you.
The reason, apparently, that he was not allowed to do that and that the judge was so upset about that was that, according to Jet, Letty had told them not to use her name in the show, otherwise she would sue. And so apparently, at least if you trust what Jet says, that's the true reason that he got kicked, is because he used Letty's name. And now for our last two, we have Bex and Alex Schultz. Starting off with Bex, she was a member of production for Season 2 and worked on painting the house and prepping it for the Swamp Games and other things like that. I believe she also did costume design for the 70s scene. After that, she returned during the Cell and Bitchtank as a producer and pretty much did a lot of fish toys, brought food to the contestants, and ran a lot of stuff behind the scenes.
No, I mean, not only, Juliana, I'm serious. Can you shut the fuck up? Because we have a ball!
After that, she was apparently told that they would contact her for Season 3, but she never got the call. So Bex, unfortunately, was not part of Season 3, although she is a fan favorite in the fish tank community. And then Alex Schultz is a comedian that does tours with Sam and also works on World Peace 2, and he made an appearance on The Cell, doing an over-the-top character that mimicked Spencer's own personality. While he was in the cell, he hassled Zoltar, constantly bothering him and making fun of him, but Zoltar ended up staying and, as we know, winning the cell, and that about covers it. Now, without further ado, let's get into the final tier of this iceberg. Okay, for the bottom tier of this iceberg, a lot of this, not all of it, but a lot of this is just rumor and stuff that I've seen on different message boards and Reddit and 4chan. And so I won't have a lot of clips for any of these, so I'm just gonna tell what I know about them, and you could take everything with a grain of salt. But starting off this list, we have off-season chatters.
Fuck you! Fuck you, dude! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, dude! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
This entry is pretty much going to focus on Fish, who is probably the most prolific off-season chatter. He also streamed on the website after the Cell and Bitchtank, and also streamed on the website during the auditions.
Fucking asshole, dude! Fuck you! What a fucking asshole! Oh, what did I do? What did I do, you fucking asshole?
So Fish is just a super fan of the show, and he's super active in the chat, even during the off-season when the chat only has like 400 people max in it. And thanks to SY_CK0 on Twitter, I'm gonna go through his pretty much entire lore on the website. Okay, so summarizing the post. Fish joined the site right before Bloodgames under their name BNWO, and apparently he was very active in the chat talking about Israel, Jews, and Christianity, and having long political debates with people. After Bloodgames ended, he changed his name to Fish and created the Fish clan on the website, which became one of the bigger clans. When the Stream Stars initially started the first ever version, he was one of the first people to be added to the site, which only boosted his clan's popularity. Then in late August, Fish supposedly rug-pulled 500 tokens from his clan's vault and then deleted the clan entirely. Like I said previously, when you have a clan, you can put money into the vault, and so I guess as owner of the clan, he kind of took all the money and ran. At least that was the joke. It seems that in reality he probably didn't, but people started using that to troll him. So users started saying that they were scammed by him, and so there became a joke in the chat that Fish rug pulled his own clan. And being upset by this, because he insisted that he didn't, he would start freaking out at people who would paint him as a scammer. Eventually, Fish recreated his Fish clan, and many people continued trolling him and making him freak out. A notable other off-season chat, Rug Sales of India, who was renamed to Rug Pull of India, was one of the main people who would troll him. Fish would live stream on YouTube, where his streams would consist of him just sitting in the chat, and so Fish kind of became a LOL account because of his over-the-top reactions, some of which I'll play now. His first one is Fish finding out he got fired from his job.
Fired from my fucking job! I was just fired from my job! I was just fired from my job! I was just fired from my fucking job! I was just fired from my fucking job! Now I have nothing but this! I have nothing but this website! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing anymore! Ah! Ah! Ah!
This next one is about Fish giving money to, I believe it was Rug Pull of India, who was supposed to use the tokens to help out the clan or something like that, but ended up just giving it to other people randomly.
Okay, so you were telling me to trust him, and I trusted you, dude. After everything, I trusted you after everything. You were saying, oh yeah, in good faith, he's gonna use it for the clan. He lied. Everybody can see that. He lied. He gave it to just fucking random people. Never had anything to do with the clan, by the way. Fucking lied. Gave it to random fucking people. And he never fucking dollars of my own money.
I lost trust for Rug Pull.
Yeah, absolutely. That should have proven to you right in that moment. Man, Fish really was right about fucking everything. Of course, I'm 100,000% am pissed off at you for that. Yeah, right, you fucking asshole. I'm the one who never takes accountability. Yeah, sure. I have always taken accountability, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you! Why the fuck should I even ever forgive you again? Why should I forgive Win again? Why should I forgive Computer again? After the way all of you have treated me.
And then here's an example of him ranting about the Jews.
The Jews say, hey, don't let any Gentile ever read this book. They cannot know what we believe, and we have to protect it. If they ask us, we have to lie. You're mad at me because I'm saying pedophilia is bad. Get angrier. Get mad. Get mad. Yeah, get fucking angry. Get defensive. Get angry. Get defensive. Yeah, I fucking hate pedophiles. Fuck you. Fuck you! Yeah, what about it? I fucking hate pedophiles. Fuck you! Keep defending pedophilia, bitch! Keep defending pedophiles! Get banned from the website!
And there's countless more, such as the time that he got banned for, I think, 24 hours on the website and started hitting himself on the head and, crying. I can't find the clip for that one, it's been deleted, but I think that about covers it for Fish. The next entry refers to the start of the Gay Ben character. So prior to Season 3, they actually did a dry run of Famous House, like I mentioned before, called Stream Stars. And in that, Ben tried out his Gay Ben character who went by Bryce.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, it's a mess. We just had a challenge where it was like a messy room challenge. Okay, trash it all.
I got him, Bryce. 2 ice cold waters. Awesome.
Sick.
Here you go, guys.
Bryce,
No
how
problem.
you doing? Oh, this is for you.
Why don't you just take 2?
What the fuck would you bring in a fatter bitch than Shane?
Oh my god.
Stream Stars
They're not normally that mean. I swear to God. They're not normally like that.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
Why are they saying something like that? Where are the mods at?
That
guys?
is
That's
fucked
a
up.
girl.
I'm sorry. That was not meant to get through.
That's okay.
I just banned him. You thought that I don't have a team of people combing through Twitter and social media looking for stuff like that. You think I'm stupid? You come onto my show and you jeopardize my Hulu deal?
Episode 1 is officially live on Hulu.
And similarly, the Ball brothers started in the cell. Pretty much when Ben and Jet would do ball deliveries, sometimes they would do a little rap or a song, and this eventually transformed into the Ball brothers on Season 3.
Oh, more energy!
Shut the fuck up!
No, I'm gangster, dumbass!
Yeah, I'm more gangster than you.
No, you're not. Shout out the...
Yes, I am.
Oh, you dumbass! Shout that one out, motherfucker! Yeah, motherfucker, shout that out! Go! Shout that out! Go! Yeah! Yeah!
Shout out, yakety yak!
And that's word! And that's word to your mother!
J-Block, that's how we run it in
And that's
J-Block.
a green ball for
Green
you!
ball!
Brother! Peace!
Ronnie is another character played by the same person who plays Xavier Ravenblood. He was on Bitchtank 3 different times. The first time he entered the cell and he was dancing around. His shtick is that he's a really upbeat, really positive guy who was a streamer in China and he's in alcohol recovery and he's just really high energy.
Kind of based on some Chinese stuff because Chinese this is about premature ejaculation. The Chinese actually believe that.
Ronnie, my fucking guy. I haven't washed my shiesty since the human moment. I know that shit stink, nigga. China #1.
Yeah, that's right, dude.
Diving for food that you were able to invest into your business.
There's a lot of things in my business because a lot of it is spirit. Okay, physically, I might be 40,000 in debt. Spiritually, I'm a millionaire. Maybe I'm supposed to be an hour because I don't know, and I don't know how it works, and I don't know if I got in trouble. And I think that one of the reasons that okay, if you've ever seen the movie The Matrix, in The Matrix, when Neo it's actually sort of like a story of how all of us can find the system and find a way to break out of it. Because the last time that I was masturbating at a sitcom.
What's his name? Ronnie.
Next time this Ronnie guy walks in, just pepper spray him and call the cops. He's a serial killer who strangles girls.
Ian and the Cartel refers to a moment in Season 3 where Ian, when he was drunk, accidentally revealed his hometown and maybe his real name, and so he got worried because he was worried that if he might win the grand prize, that the Cartel would come for him, as apparently wherever he's from originally, there's heavy Cartel ties. and so he brought Ben into the bathroom to tell him to make sure it gets cut from the official episodes, not knowing that the show was live. Blicky probably shouldn't be this far down, but Blicky was somebody on season 2 who was brought in for the Bachelorette thing that they did with Chris, and she plays pretty much an airhead character on the show, and she's really, really funny. She made a return during Bitchtank, where she was a freeloader. Her toenail became a huge part of Bitchtank, where they had a whole series of competitions to see who could win Blicky's toenail, because she had jumped and hurt her foot, and her toenail fell off, and so that was a big item in Bitchtank. Other than that, outside of Bitchtank, she's actually friends with the Andrew Tate brothers, which is interesting.
Did you want to give your thoughts on it?
I think that's fucked up and disgusting, and no white person should be saying the word. I would never say that in my life. So y'all better get some goddamn respect.
This entry refers to a leaked document that came out prior to season 3. Apparently, after Bitchtank ended, Claire found this document in, I believe, the bathroom, and I think Shoddy was the one that ended up taking a picture and then posting it. Whether or not you think this document is them being serious is up for debate. I think it's probably likely they left it there on purpose for them to find just as a joke. I'm going to read the document, and this was prior to season 3, remember. First off, it starts with emphasis on follow-through. Fans very frustrated when bits fall apart halfway through, and it challenges when they're not viable instead of letting them drift. New planted contestant ? Next entry is return to professionalism. No talking about anything in front of contestants, no chilling with them, or talking about what's going to happen, especially not to girls. No more Letty or Claire type stuff. Camera running at all times whenever a contestant is in basement. No Dumbgay. No e-girls ever. No OnlyFans girls ever. If girls react negatively to being touched, stop. Stop posting on Twitter behind the screens, Dex or anyone else. If it's not Jet, Ben, or Sam, don't post. Jet in chat too much, gives away too much. People need mystique. It's putting official stamp on all crap other people say when Jet's convos get screenshotted. Same deal with Twitter. Next entry, Sam notes, no working out, be more perky, seem like I enjoy it. Be nice to guests behind the scenes. Act like I know what's going on in the house. Kill the aggressive towards women bit.
Maybe it would help if I held your head. Can I hold your head?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
There you go.
Alright, thank you. Hi, oh, okay, this is nice.
Next entry, crew on camera. 80% less Jet and Ben on camera. More likable in smaller doses. Bex and whoever else have to be shorked up, including Jameson, unless he's being chipped. Jet could do regular appearances like a morning thing to get the day going, get them talking to each other. Might be fun to have a very bland, creepy, 1950s friendly neighbor character. Lex Friedman suit type swag, not baggy. And finally, night shift have to have. John's Twitter beefs refer to him beefing constantly with different people on Twitter. The primary beef he has is with another fish tank orbiter called Slugwax. I really don't know the full lore on why they don't like each other. John, for some reason, thinks Slugwax tricked CK into becoming a prostitute or something like that, but all I know is the two hate each other. And John also has a whole bunch of beef with Jet on Twitter, constantly tweeting at him, and that was kind of the whole preface for the whole American Dude Lodge, where he thinks that he's going to put on a better show than Jet. He claims that Jet snubbed him and was going to let American Dude Lodge be on the site, and that Greg and Jimmy were involved, even though Greg came out and said that he was never involved with us. So, in my opinion, that was all a marketing thing he was using to try to get people to watch the show. And then he also has beef with AB for some reason, constantly adding them and getting mad about them. I think he believes they try to paint him in a bad light, maybe in AB's season 2.5 recaps. But if you go on Twitter, you'll see John arguing with people pretty frequently. The Morse codes refers to that before the attic was opened during season 2, it started sending out Morse codes. When deciphered, the code gave coordinates to a mental hospital in the United Kingdom. Seems like they were maybe going to go somewhere with this, but nothing ever came of it. This one is going to be quick because there's really not a lot I can say about it. After party just refers to the constant rumors in the community that after each show they have some wild after party and pretty much just stuff of that nature. In some of the Jet DMs he mentions inviting one of the girls to their after party, but there's really nothing too interesting on this other than people claiming wild stuff is going on with no evidence. This one's silly, and it's just because it's kinda not well known. Skelly Bones was this stupid little skeleton head that Zoltar liked in the cell, and he did some stupid voice for it. Unfortunately, Sam did not mess with the Skelly Bones character and promptly smashed it.
Skelly Bones, no.
Apparently Sam didn't like skelly bones.
Yep, drop the package.
Keeping with Zoltar, something that he mentioned constantly throughout the show was that he had a fiancée who tragically killed herself, and he would bring us up quite frequently, and of course he would get trolled for it.
Oh, no, yeah, fuck it.
Oh, shout out Zoltar, dead fiancé.
That's fucked up.
And then during the verbal insult challenge during the last day of Bitchtank, Haley decided to pull out all the stops for her turn and really get at Zoltar for his dead fiancé.
And if I was your ex-girlfriend, I also would have hung myself by a noose because you seem just awful.
Another weird Bitchtank thing was Haley's husband. Starting off the show, Haley came in saying that she was single or that she didn't have a partner. And then randomly she revealed during the trauma dump challenge that she was not single and was married to her husband, but her husband is divorcing her and they're going through a really nasty divorce. However, eventually she came clean and said that she had just lied about the whole entire thing and that she's still happily married to her husband. This, along with her going into the bathroom with Scott as supposedly a bit during Bitchtank, and also because she was flirting with Jack to try and get onto the show, would lead to her husband hopping on a Discord call and talking to some fans about what was going on.
Messaging him, and I was like, I'll come on here, I'll be fun, I'll be flirty, I'll do all this kind of shit, and that's what they're talking about. My husband did not like that, of course.
Yeah, like what was the process even like for like getting on here for her? Like what was
She messages Jet all the time and somebody dropped out, and on Instagram, I guess she replied like, I'll do it. And then they were so professional in the first like handful of messages, and she even showed me screenshots of those. And then she started like relentlessly hitting on him. Super honest with you guys. She's been, ever since she lost the weight, she's been always, on Facebook posting pictures, like constantly doing like all this attention seeking type shit. Telling her this whole time, it like bothers me, like, just stop doing it. Or like, not even, I'm not even like that. That's why I let the bitch go on Fishtank.
Are you good?
No, I'm not okay. Everybody on production knows I'm not fucking okay.
How are they being like exploited?
They're being good to me. Bex has been so fucking sweet to me. Bex, when I called her at 7 o'clock the second I woke up. Wednesday morning? Because Tuesday morning, I took her shit to her sister's house in her fucking car. I talked to Bex first thing that morning, and she was so fucking sweet. She was like, are you serious? Goddamn. And then she asked me, did Jet reciprocate the hitting? And I had to be like fucking honest. Nah, she just wouldn't stop. She wouldn't stop, man. Yeah. She actually thought Jet was going to do something with her, and that it would be like a thing. I think in her ideal mind, she would have went up there, maybe fucked around with Jet, got in with production, and it would be a regular thing. Like she could come home, but still be doing that on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Your girl's on a reality show saying the N-word and trying to suck the producer's dick. What are you going to do about it?
It's fucking crazy. Nobody's ever gone through what I'm going through. Her saying that we've been getting divorced for a while, that's fucking, look at how she does it so easily. She'll lie right to your fucking face.
As I just mentioned, this references that Haley and Scott during Bitchtank did this bit where they were acting like they were flirting with each other and like each other, and they went into the bathroom together for like, I think about 20 minutes, and when they came out, she had her hair all ruffled up. So the conspiracy is whether or not they did anything in there. I think it was probably a bit, but a weird bit to do as a married woman.
Oh, it was you? What were you doing in there?
Huh?
Yeah, what was that about?
What do you mean?
Steampunk skeleton. We're just having a talk.
Oh, okay.
Milkman is a character from only Season 1. Pretty much he would come into the house, bring milk, and spill it all over the place.
Hello! Every day is a good day for the milkman. For the milkman. Every day is a great day for the milkman. Alright. Sweet. Would you like a glass of milk, darling?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Alright, goodbye, everybody! Bye!
Jimmy and Letty refers to a thing during the cell when they did this thing where they flirted back and forth, and Letty actually ended up kissing Jimmy. Letty was probably doing this just as a joke, but it seemed Jimmy took it a little seriously.
Kiss, 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 kiss.
Jeff being a drug dealer is pretty self-explanatory. Jeff was a drug dealer. He revealed this during a challenge in Season 3.
Hey, Jeff here. We'll see how this goes. It's gonna be a total fucking shit show. Pretty much done everything in life you shouldn't fucking do. Sell drugs, go to prison, be a carny, sold broken dreams. Now I'm showing you my broken dream, which is you watching me sweat right now. And, yeah. Or am I have to learn?
You sold drugs?
Yeah.
Haley arrest refers to that soon after Bitchtank ended, she actually got arrested for assault, which is very funny if you watched Bitchtank and saw how often she was fighting with people. On the show, she had said that she had been arrested before, and she's also been in and out of an insane asylum 11 different times, so she has a pretty troublesome life outside of the tank.
You wanna fucking punch, bitch? You wanna punch? You've been punching, right?
This entry refers to that after Bitchtank was over, I believe Shoddy and some of the other girls stayed in the house for a little bit, where Jimmy was also there. According to Shoddy, the two engaged in a relationship, but then again, according to Shoddy's allegation, when she was drunk, Dumbgay kind of forced Jimmy on her, and Jimmy assaulted her. Jimmy obviously denies this, but that is what this entry is referring to. Shoddy then told her story on, I think, 4chan, and this is a recap of what she said. They say Jimmy snuck into Shoddy's bed at his luxury family vacation home. He started touching Shoddy while she was sleeping and couldn't give consent, while Dumbgay were watching over, and Dumbgay encouraged Jimmy to assault her because she ate his bacon. Shoddy claims that Jimmy did end up doing this, and that she had to pretend to enjoy it because she didn't want to get in trouble. Ked prior to Season 3, I think it's referring to a thing that Creature claimed to have met Ked prior to Season 3, and that he maybe was on the Bloodgames set? A post was made on Instagram and then deleted, so who knows? It's possible he went up there as one of the Craigslist actors, but he was definitely a fan of the show. World Corp was a weird music mystery thing that Jet did prior to Fishtank. It was an ARG, which is a genre of games and media where it kind of crosses over into the real world, and I think it was pretty successful. This was partially what led to him being picked up by the MBE crew, and it relates to Fishtank, and some people think that Fishtank is an ARG in a similar way that World Corp was.
Check, they roll another dough. Everyone I'm with, head down, move so high. Fat cap, watches wait, all I do is call up, now I hold a fast game.
Betty was Letty's clone from Season 1. She most notably flashed the camera during that season, and this entry is definitely referring to her out-of-the-tank life. After Season 1, Betty went on to do OnlyFans, I believe, and other sort of online sex work, stuff like that. And from what I know, she has some pretty horrific videos floating out there, such as one in particular where she dumps pee on top of her head. For these next two, I was gonna do Delaney, but honestly, I can't find anything on the original entry. Delaney was a freeloader from Season 2, and I'm pretty sure she was a heroin addict, but there was something about her having some sort of crypto cult on Discord. That's pretty much it. I can't find any evidence or anything of that. So moving on to Jean. Jean was another person that came in during Season 3, and apparently Jean worked on World Peace, and she claims she knows Sam from somewhere, and funnily enough, Jean made a comment acting like her and Sam had slept together. For some reason, I can't find the original clip. The only clip I can find is from an edit I made of it.
I thought she was gay. She a gay woman? I promise you, ain't nothing gay about that one. And the camera can't see you licking your lips right now.
But anyway, so Jean is tangentially related to World Peace 2, and I guess time will tell to see if she's actually in World Peace 2. And then finally, to finish off this iceberg, we have pay pigs, which is a derogatory way to refer to big donators on the show. The by far most notable donator is Aperture. Every season he donates and PPSs, I think probably the most out of anybody. And I'm pretty sure Aperture's money comes from crypto. And Aperture's just a really great guy in general, and like I said before, he streamed on Streamstars. Another big donator is Letty Chad.
One of the people who's supporting me is called Letty Chad.
I've heard Letty Chad a lot. Yeah.
And notably, Letty Chad kind of picks somebody that he doesn't like each season and sends a lot of hate their way. During Bitchtank, he really didn't like Haley and sent a lot of negative TTS their way. And during Season 3, he was the #1 Binx hater. And then during Season 3, a brand new donator showed up called Binx Knight. And Binx Knight donated more than Aperture, I think, and this was his first season, which led to people like Letty Chad claiming that Binx Knight was actually Jet. And then some other notable big donators are people like Old Man with Coin, Drug Dealer, or Guapa My Yeezys.
You two, I'm Scuffed, Old Man with Coin, and I think possibly a few others. You two are my top, most frequent supporters. I appreciate the frequent gifts, the roses, the toys, the plushies. Appreciate you so much.
A few more people I wanted to mention just because they've helped me out in the off-season chat is Gleeber, who I want to mention that apparently started the Haley Gang Gaslight and was one of the top people sending TPSs about it, as well as Learn to Rate, and Bangalang, which is another big donator. So shout out all three of them. And I Love New, who helped a lot with some of the lore. And Faye wanted me to mention this one last thing, and that'll finish off the iceberg. So 1-800 wanted me to include this, that there was somebody on Season 1 who was a huge notorious chatter named Spongehammer, and early Season 2 he got banned and then disappeared, and he apparently died. Also, I wanted to shout out Bill Enjoyer, who apparently sent the first Claire Bear TTS, which if you remember in the different fan club nicknames entry I talked about. So Claire's fan club name was Claire Bears, and so according to Bill Enjoyer, he invented it. And then one last person I forgot to mention was Lou. Lou is Oddbod's friend, and the two stream together. So in the chat, Lou has his kind of group called the Lou Lads. And in the chat, you spam LL for Lou Lads. And so to finish off this iceberg,
He'll let Lou finish it off. LL.
It's not alright, boys. And you know what? Same to Americans, boys. If fucking Americans are not getting housed and homed, yet every illegal alien is, how is that fair, boys? I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this shit. Do you see me going to Mumbai, India, boys, and kicking people out and telling them fuck off? No, boys. No, you don't, boys. Because it's called respect, boys. It's called respect, boys.
And that'll do it for the fish tank iceberg. I really tried to get as much as I could. I hope I got majority of this right. Feel free in the comments to let me know anything I got wrong, or let me know anything that you would want to see added. I'll probably make an additional video after this that covers all the stuff that anybody will mention in this video that I missed. Anyway, I wanted to give a special thanks to Oddbod for helping out with some of the lore, as well as Chemical, who helps out with some of my graphic stuff. I used clips from a whole bunch of different channels, and I'll link all the channels in the description. Thank you all for watching.
But it was just